Fox Sports.
We are the Fox. We are Florida.
We welcome everybody who's been watching Conference USA football on this Saturday. We've got some baseball in downtown Miami. The Marlins and the Phillies. Marlins Park with the roof shut. Live shot from the Goodyear Blimp. Come on inside. Good crowd expected here on a Saturday night. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. And, you know, last night the Marlins and the Phillies played a terrific ball game. It was dueling lefties, Burley and Lee. And Carlos Lee won it in the ninth. Yeah, it was a good matchup last night, pitching matchup. We should have a little bit of the same tonight with Roy Halladay against Ricky Nolasco. Yeah, you're right. And both those guys, Nolasco especially, has been hot. Halladay always seems to pitch well against the Fish. Let's take a look at the lineups. First, for the Phillies, the Fightins come in at 78 and 79. They've dropped the game under 500. Jimmy Rollins leads it off. Juan Pierre's in the lineup. Chase Utley, Carlos Ruiz hitting cleanup. Dominic Brown in right. Darren Ruff gets a start at first base. Nate Schierholtz in center. Pete Orr is at third. And Roy Halladay will hit ninth. And there is Carlos Enrique Nolasco out of Corona, California. And the 29-year-old who holds just about every major Marlin team record as a pitcher goes after win number 13. And Ricky Nolasco has been on a real nice run here late in the season. His last 8 starts, Ricky's gone 4-1 with an ERA of 2.95. In his last 41 innings, he's walked just 3, so he's on target. Lots of strikes. This year against the Phillies, Ricky's 2-0 with a 3.86 ERA. Pitch a Penny brings you the first pitch as Jimmy Rollins digs in. Rollins last night an RBI single. He's had a productive year in terms of home runs, doubles, RBIs, batting average, and on-base percentage, not so much. But Rollins has got a couple years after this left on his contract extension. He's played good defense, and he's leading off tonight. And he slaps that Nolasco fastball into center field for a base hit. Rollins is aboard. Here comes Pierre, and here comes the Marlins defense. And the defense brought to you by Cleveland Clinic, Florida, with Dobbs in left field, Peterson and Stanton filling out the outfield. Velasquez and Reyes, Solano and Lee, and the youngster Rob Brantley handling Ricky Nolasco. Juan Pierre with a righty on the mound. Pierre gets the start, and JP stands in. You'll probably see him in the lineup tomorrow. Nathan Eovaldi gets the start tomorrow. And Pierre takes a strike. And you have to keep your eye on Jimmy Rollins with his 30 stolen bases at first base. Get a pretty good combo. Some speed between Rollins and Pierre up top. A lot of things haven't gone right for the Phillies this year. Juan Pierre is not one of those. He has had a very good year, very effective against righties. Charlie Manuel has used him well. 34 years old is Pierre, his 13th year in the big leagues. And I think this year he proved there's still more in the tank, Tommy. Yeah, he's, I think, exceeded all of their expectations. They thought he'd be a fill-in, an extra outfielder, and he's been their everyday left fielder pretty much. Last year with the White Sox, Pierre hit .279, had 17 doubles, stole 27 bases. He's hit .313 this year, and he's stolen 35 bases. Juan Pierre, now 34 years old, makes his home in Parkland. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball. Pierre shoots it wide of third. Joined tonight around the ballpark and finally in the booth by Preston Wilson, who was all dressed up and ready to go. Preston, where? Oh, look at you. Are you in the Diamond Club, Preston Wilson?
Yes, I'm in the good seats down here. I get to enjoy it. Great look at what's going on here. And Tommy, you guys are exactly right. This is a very good ball club. Juan Pierre is giving them a really big lift, and they got a stolen percentage base a rating of 83.7%. That leads baseball right now. They're looking at possibly 6 years in a row leading the league in stolen base percentage. So not only are they good when they get on there, they're very efficient also.
Hey guys, the fingerprints of Davey Lopes is all over that stat. I know Lopes is no longer here. He's in his second year in Los Angeles. but he's the guy that started that run.
Yeah, he worked with Jimmy Rollins worked with Victorino when Victorino was a part of that lineup.
Rollins at first. The 1-2. A little back foot breaking ball knocks Pierre over in the box, and it counts 2-2. Preston, what have you seen from Ricky Nolasco over the last 2 months that you didn't see in, say, May and June?
You know, that last pitch right there, I think, is a great illustration. Ricky sometimes throws too many strikes, and I think he's now learning to waste a pitch every now and then, or using a pitch like he did with that slider down and in to move the batter's feet to make them a little bit less comfortable. I've seen that more out of him in his last 10 or so starts than I saw earlier in the year.
If you're Rollins, are you going 2-2 or you're waiting till it gets to 3-2?
I think he might run here. If he's going to go, I think it's a good time to go right here.
Got the rookie catcher Rob Brantley behind the plate. There goes Rollins. Little chopper. Reyes towards the bag. Got the out there and got the out there. That's a delicate ballet by a shortstop, figuring out when the ball's going to arrive and when the runner's going to arrive.
Well, there are a whole lot of things to think about there, and Jose Reyes did them all.
He did a great job of using the base to protect himself also. You know, a lot of time when you got that double play, you want to kind of go through the bag or go around it. He knew that runner was on top of him, so he stopped behind the bag and used it as a buffer to be able to stay out of a collision to throw the ball on the first base.
And we just had a great angle as he touched the bag, how he had to throw flat-footed and still got something on the throw.
Here's Chase Utley now. Utley 0 for 4 last night, and he had come into last night's ball game hot. Mark Burley cooled him down, struck him out the first 2 times up. Nolasco fires a strike. Still, Utley's numbers are encouraging, though it sounds like the Phillies' plans for him at third base and that experiment might be over.
Yeah, there was word out today. I was reading an article where it sounds like Utley will remain a second baseman. There had been some thought of him going over to third base. But truly, I think he has a second baseman's arm. I think throwing would have been a disadvantage for him over at third.
I think with the knee issues he's had, they're trying to figure out what's the lesser of all evils, whether to leave him there, and leave him with the possibility of the contact of double plays, or move him to third where there's less moving around to do.
High pop up. Velasquez is out on the outfield grass. Reyes says, go right ahead. You take that one. And he does. And Nolasco looking sharp. Scoreless. Everything that Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Scoreless here. And the bottom of the first, Marlins and Phils. Marlins lineup looks this way. Brian Peterson had the double that started things in the bottom of the ninth last night. Donovan Solano gets a promotion up to the 2 spot. Jose Reyes third. Giancarlo Stanton back in the lineup in the cleanup position. Carlos Lee, the game winner last night. Greg Dobbs, good numbers against Halladay. Rob Brantley has a couple hits and 3 at-bats against Halladay, and Gil Velasquez hits 8th, with Velasco hitting 9th.
No, there's a good look at Roy Halladay. Spent some time on the disabled list this year. Really hasn't gotten back to the form that he was certainly last year when he won 19 games. Coming off a poor start against Atlanta.
And here is Peterson, and he takes a strike.
Against Atlanta, Halladay, an inning and 2/3, gave up 5 hits and 7 runs.
Peterson knocks this one into left field for a base hit. Pierre has it. And just like he finished last night, he opens tonight. Peterson with a knock. And here comes the defense for the Phillies.
Brought to you by Cleveland Clinic, Florida. JP, Juan Pierre, SCHIERHOLTZ, and Dominic Brown. Pete Orr is starting at third base. Rollins and Utley up the middle. Darren Ruff, the big first baseman, and Carlos Ruiz behind the plate.
Here's Solano now. Let's see if the Marlins get aggressive and creative here. They haven't been in this spot very often in the last 2 weeks, where they get a leadoff guy on and they've got someone in the 2 spot who can handle the bat.
And notice how that someone in the 2 spot is the hot hitting Donovan Solano. He hit second earlier and he had some games. He's been in the number 2 spot 25 times, but Ozzie has him back there tonight.
Peterson's running. Solano's hitting. Lines it into center field. Peterson slipped around second. On his way to third. He gets there.
It's great to have a guy in that number 2 spot who, number 1, you feel confident in putting plays on. Hit and run was on. You know Solano's going to make contact. There goes Petey. There goes the base hit. Just like that, first and third, nobody out.
So that's a wonderful tool for a manager to have, to be confident to put a hit and run on with a rookie guy like that, and to believe that no matter what's thrown up there, that he's going to give you a great effort and put that ball in play somehow.
Helps Preston that Halladay's on the mound too. You know he's going to be around the plate. And here now is Reyes at the corners. Infield back for 2, and Reyes takes down low. Now Reyes in his career against Halladay, 37 at bats, 3 doubles, couple triples, and a .351 average. So he's in a good spot. You've got speed at the corners, with Halladay whipping a throw over to first. That's Darren Ruff over there at first. By the way, Ryan Howard will no longer be playing first base for the Phillies this year in a odd injury. Baseball has had its share of those. He dropped the batting weight on his toe and broke it a couple nights ago. He pinch hit last night, had x-rays last night. He's out for the season.
Yeah, he might pinch it, but broken toe is going to keep him out of playing first base. Charlie Manuel said it's been that kind of year. We know the feeling, Charlie.
Reyes takes down low, and you've got Stanton waiting on deck. A couple of hits to open the night against Roy Halladay, whose last time out, just an inning and 2/3. You talked about it. He had right shoulder spasms in that start.
They were really thinking of shutting him down, but Rich Doobie, their pitching coach, said he had a good session in between starts, and that's what prompted them to send him back out there again.
And that's inside. Reyes has walked.
Fastball's below 90. He doesn't have that crisp, sharp breaking pitch, and he doesn't have anywhere to put Giancarlo now with the bases loaded.
No, Ozzie couldn't draw it up much better than this. You get your first guy on, successful hit and run, got your 3-hole guy working a good walk, and now you got your smasher up here ready to go to business.
This smasher has faced Halladay 20 times. He's 5 for 20. Halladay has struck him out 7 of those outs. And he gets a strike at the knees. This, of course, last night. Stanton first game back against Cliff Lee. He had doubled down the left field line and then clobbered this one to the Budweiser balcony.
A career high 35 home runs for Giancarlo.
Halladay misses in with a 2-seamer at 90 miles an hour.
Also, the 35 home runs, the second most number of home runs a Marlin has ever hit. Second to Gary Sheffield's 42.
See what he gets, 1-1. The breaking ball, and Stanton watches it outside. 2-1. The bat hasn't left his shoulder yet. Three and one.
That's a great take right there by Giancarlo Stanton. You're in control. You got a 2-1 count, and it's so easy for a young hitter to get over anxious and offer at that pitch. He looks like he's really under control in the batter's box right now.
So it's 3-1. Bags are loaded. Nobody out. Bottom of the first. Halladay in some trouble, and Stanton sitting on a 3-1 pitch. Of course, that doesn't mean you're going to get a cookie down the middle from Halladay.
He doesn't throw many of those.
You don't see this very often. You don't see Carlos Ruiz and Roy Halladay without their signals straight. Those two work in lockstep together.
There aren't very many pitchers in the game like Halladay. Halladay is sometimes willing to walk in that run when he feels like the batter up there can really hurt him really bad. He'd rather give up 1 than 4. And not many pitchers have that type of courage to do it, but he will.
That is a strike at the knees, barely.
And yeah, Papa John's Fox track shows you barely right on that corner. A perfect pitch for Halladay.
Let's see if he goes back to that breaking ball. He's missed twice with it during the AB. 3-2. Stanton, a ground ball to center field, base hit. Peterson scores. Here comes Solano, and Giancarlo Stanton makes it 2-0. An outstanding at bat by the Marlins right fielder.
Rich, I'm going to let Preston talk about that at bat because I was impressed. I know Preston Wilson was impressed at the approach Stanton had.
That is an absolutely great at bat. He took the first couple pitches. When he got to 2-1, Halladay was kind of thinking that you got a young guy. He may be a little over aggressive. Tried to throw a slider. He worked with the 3-1. Was able to even lay off the pitcher's pitch that went to 3-2 for the low strike, and then was very patient, and he didn't try to do too much. Delivered the ball back up the middle, a pitch that he very easily could have rolled over on for a double play. Great job, great at bat.
Now Carlos Lee swings and fouls it back.
By the way, the real Roy Halladay smasher is on deck. Greg Dobbs 8 for 15 with a home run against Halladay.
Still nobody out. Reyes at second, Stanton at first, and Lee way out in front. Now Carlos Lee, not so much against Roy Halladay. Lee a 184 career average and a good sample size, 38 career at bats. Does have 3 homers against him.
There aren't too many right-handed hitters alive that are going to say they have great numbers against Halladay.
And the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Halladay gets his first strikeout. And here comes Dobbs. Last night it was Mark Burley and Cliff Lee, and they dueled throughout the night. Burley went 8 innings, 6 hits, gave up a run. Cliff Lee 7 innings, 3 hits. He gave up a run. And the Marlins won it off of Josh Lindblom in the Phillies bullpen in the bottom of the 9th. Dobbs getting the start in left field. Halladay opens with a changeup. It's 1-0. Marlins knocked Halladay around his last start against them, but he did get the win. In a 9-7 ball game, he gave up 5 runs. Dobbs sends that one out in the shallow center. SCHIERHOLTZ is there, and he makes the catch.
Check on the scouting report for Roy Halladay, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare. Questions as to the strength in that shoulder. When the shoulder is healthy, great sink on his fastball, great movement on his pitches, and he likes to work fast generally.
Rob Brantley has been able to face Halladay in just one game, but he was 2 for 3 in that ball game. Marlins rookie catcher. His first 28 games in the big leagues. And he's impressed. 7 doubles to go along with those 2 homers. One of the things you find out about Brantley, just being around him for a month, he is a lot stronger than he looks. He looks kind of thin.
We found that out when we saw him in the U.S. men's water polo team uniform.
That's true.
He's ripped.
He's wiry strong. That's what it is. He's wiry strong.
Shredded, I think.
He's shredded.
But you know, there are guys who've come through the major leagues that do possess a lot more power than their physique suggests. Like a guy like Eric Davis. Wasn't a very big guy, wasn't a very heavily muscled guy, but had great bat speed and tremendously strong hands, and it showed up in his batting.
Ryan Braun, to me, is a great example of that.
Another good one, yeah. You know, the other thing about Rob Brantley in talking to him, he's very serious about his approach, and he's very serious about how he wants to improve and become better.
But I like him. I like his composure. I like his demeanor. And you can tell that he's not a really fiery as far as being a rah-rah type of guy, but you can look in his eyes and he has that fiery intensity. He has that want to, and that's something you definitely want out of a young player, because he's not going to settle for just being how he is now. He's going to constantly look to get better.
Goes after the 3-1 pitch off the end of the bat. May have broken his bat. Yeah, that's out of play. Good crowd here tonight. I was down on the concourse. There was no pregame show tonight with that college football game before us, so I dashed down there to get a smoothie, the Reyes of Sunshine.
Always.
And
always a good choice.
At the Diamond Juice's place. And I'll tell you what, the concourse was buzzing. There were lots of Marlin fans, Philly fans. It's amazing how a half an hour before first pitch you look out and there aren't a lot of people in the seats. I'm telling you what, they're all on the concourse walking around the ballpark. Suddenly you get to first pitch and everybody comes down into their seats.
Which you and I tell people all the time, if they come here for the first time, take a stroll around the concourse. Check things out.
Line to the right field. That's a base hit. Reyes will score easily. And Rob Brantley knocks in the 3rd run of the night.
That's a great job of hitting by the young guy right there. That's a breaking ball that stayed up. Again, another pitch that he possibly could have rolled over on, but he got through it. Really simplified his approach. He did a great job right there.
Well, he got a nice hanger. Halladay doesn't hang him up there too often. We talked about Brantley being shredded and ripped. Well, he ripped that ball into right field.
If you're the Phillies, remember, Halladay went just an inning and 2/3, gave up 7 runs on 5 hits his last start. Here's Velasquez, and he takes a strike. If you're the Phillies and you're watching this, Tommy, Rich Doobie, their pitching coach there, how long do you stay with him?
Well, it's going to be his last outing of the year. I don't think you stay too long with him. You don't want him to have a total bad taste at the end of the season, but also, if you're the Phillies, and we talked about this last night, it makes you think a little bit more, because there's some thought of them maybe trading a Cliff Lee. But if you get rid of a Cliff Lee and Halladay's not the pitcher he used to be, now you're stuck. So it's going to make them think a little bit.
You know, I look at Halladay and I look at him as a guy who maybe he's lost a couple miles an hour on his pitches, so he has to make that adjustment to pitch with the velocity that he has now, because the difference in losing that 3 or 4 miles an hour velocity that he used to pitch with before is now the other stuff has to be sharper, or it has to miss a little bit more of the barrels, because guys aren't gearing up as much for the fastball, which makes you miss or be off the other pitches.
But if anybody could make that adjustment, you would think it would be Roy Halladay.
This is true.
Halladay misses there. The count's 2-2. Gil Velasquez getting his first shot at Halladay.
I likened it to a while ago when Darren Bradford was pitching and he used to throw mid-90s, and he had the injury, and all of a sudden he's throwing 90 miles an hour, where he still had the same breaking ball, but now guys were hitting him so much more because just that fear of the velocity wasn't in the hitter's head.
He's got Nolasco on deck. There is a base open, and it's second base, but Halladay right now has thrown a whopping 30 pitches here in the first inning. Miami has 3 runs. Brantley and Stanton at the corners. Velasquez coming off a real nice road trip. Into right center. Dominic Brown lines it up and makes the catch. Miami puts 3 on the board against Roy Halladay, and we're underway in Miami with the Fish on top of the Phils. At H.H. Greg, we have the Goodyear blimp high above Marlins Park with the roof shut. Coventry Healthcare second, 3-0 Miami on top. All lit up in Little Havana, right up next to downtown. You can see downtown through the rolling windows and left. Giancarlo Stanton with a 2-run single. Rob Brantley with an RBI single and a 3-run inning against Roy Halladay. Ricky Nolasco gets Carlos Ruiz, Dominic Brown, and Darren Ruff.
Quite a contrast. Ricky threw 11 pitches, 8 strikes in that first inning. Halladay threw 31 pitches.
Velasco with a batting practice fastball at 89 that misses up. Ruiz a solid year. The injury took him out of the lineup. Count 1-1. He was 1 for 4 last night.
Well, what a nice month of September it's been for Ricky Nolasco, and one of the reasons is the sharpness and the control of that breaking ball. 2-0 in September in 4 starts with a 1.93 ERA.
Inside corner evens the count at 2-2. That breaking ball came a long way. You can see Ruiz. I mean, it started up around the ear hole in his helmet, and he hung in there and took a cut at it. Plantar fasciitis knocked him out of the lineup, put him on the disabled list. His first year as an All-Star, and well deserved. He did an awful lot in the first half when Howard and Utley were still coming back from their injuries.
Some pretty good all-star catchers this year with Yadier Molina and Buster Posey, Carlos Ruiz.
You know, what we're seeing right now is something that he really got better at this year, and that's protecting with 2 strikes. You know, we see him fouling off a lot of tough pitches, really battling throughout the bat. And I've seen him change in that manner this year more than I've seen him throughout his career.
Preston Wilson with us tonight from a variety of spots in Marlins Park, starting out behind home plate in the diamond seats. Where are you headed next?
You know what? I'm trying to figure. I may end up in the food court. So if you guys miss me for a little while and my suit doesn't fit when you get back to me, you know where I've been.
It's always a lot of pressure on Tommy and me when we work with Preston, because Preston outdresses everybody on the staff. The 3-2 knocked into center field. That's an outstanding at bat by Carlos Ruiz. And he singles to center. A leadoff hit here in the second. Family Sunday tomorrow. It's the final one. Marlins and Phillies at 1:10. Kids get a Marlins ice cream helmet bowl courtesy of the 50-mile-per-gallon Toyota Prius. They can run the bases after the game in the Diamond Dash. 1-877 Marlins. Go to marlins.com for tickets. I saw one of the ice cream helmet bowls, and Tommy, it comes with an ear flap.
So if you're left-handed, you get the bowl with the flap on the right side.
That's
if
right.
You're right-handed, you get the flap on the left side.
If you've been in the league 20 years, grandfathered in, you get the bowl without the ear flap.
And if you're a switch hitter, you get both flaps.
Like Victorino.
Yeah.
I would take the both flaps so I can get more ice cream.
Yeah, it's funny how a game goes inning by inning, mentioning that Ricky had thrown 11 pitches in the first inning. He threw 10 pitches to Ruiz. 10th pitch he singled on.
Dominic Brown up there right now. And Nolasco misses away on a changeup.
No, Ricky just continues to be a consistent pitcher. 6 of the last 7 years now he's won 10 or more games. 30 or more starts 4 times.
And a strike to Dominic Brown.
Now, I think the value of a guy like Ricky kind of gets lost on people who are always looking for that guy that throws 95 or that guy that's considered a quote-unquote ace. When you have somebody that's this dependable, that's this consistent, managers go out of their way to look for a pitcher like Ricky Nolasco.
2-2. Little tapper. Lee gets an out. Reyes' turn. Not in time. Carlos Lee, when he showed up to play for the Marlins, that was not a play he made real well.
Watch his footwork. He gets himself in a good position to throw and throws a strike to Reyes. I didn't think there'd be any chance even to play at first, and Reyes actually made that close. There's the perfect throw from El Caballo, and Brown just beats that relay, but Carlos Lee with an excellent throw to second base.
He's made some nice strides forward defensively.
I'm really impressed with his footwork. His footwork has gotten a lot better and a lot crisper over there at first base.
It will be interesting to see whether it's with the Marlins or another club. If it's another club, it's more than likely going to be an American League club. Just to see what he looks like with a full offseason and spring training at first base. Velasco misses down low. It's Darren Ruff.
So the Phillies will get an opportunity now with Howard and the broken toe. They'll get an opportunity to see the power hitting right-hander at first base a little bit, Darren Ruff.
He received the Paul Owens Award as the best player in the Phillies minor league system. Speaking of minor league players of the year, the Marlins had a pair of them, a pitcher of the year and a player of the year that they honored before the ball game. Christian Yelich, the position player. And Velasco strikes out, or excuse me, gets a second strike on Darren Ruff. Jose Fernandez, the pitcher of the year. Both guys were a part of that Jupiter team that came close to winning the Florida State League title.
Jose Fernandez started at Greensboro. Between the two stops, he was 14-1 and an ERA of 1.75. Impressive. Christian Yelich, all he did was hit 330. 330 average and an on-base percentage of .404. So a couple of outstanding young players. They're both here tonight, and a couple of really good young men in talking to them.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk to them before the ball game. Craig is going to try to catch up to them during the ball game tonight. 3-2 coming. And Ruff fouls it back and out of play.
So, you were right. Those are two very nice young men. I got to meet him earlier doing batting practice. And, you know, not only are they good ball players, but it's nice to see nice, young, humble kids that, you know, that there's still something left for them to be in awe of. And they don't feel like they're, you know, they've done everything yet. It was very nice to meet those two guys today.
3-2. It's fouled off.
Hey, Preston, how impressed were they when they were standing around the batting cage and Stanton was hitting?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you saw the eyes open a little bit. You know, and surprisingly, it was more so the pitcher, Fernandez. He was like, ooh. Like, yeah, these are what big leaguers look like, and that's how far it goes when they really get into one.
Dominic Brown over at first. Velasco. Another 3-2 to Ruff. Now, you guys can tell me I'm way off base here, but just spending 2 or 3 minutes around Fernandez, obviously his numbers indicate, and the Sky Report indicates, he has ace-type stuff. But in terms of personality, he carries himself like
absolutely
an ace.
That's part of the package.
Brantley asking for time.
It's a pretty good battle here between the youngster and Velasco. I'm really enjoying this matchup. This youngster is looks like he's trying to set up a game plan here for Ricky.
And he won't go away quietly. Ricky has tripled his pitch count from the first inning. There's a look at him.
Jose Fernandez on the left there in the white shirt. Yelich to the right.
Finally got him. Ricky wouldn't give in, and he gets his first strikeout.
That was a good battle, and in this instance, it was won by Ricky Velasco. Ruff got a pretty good pitch to hit, too.
that pretty good pitch to hit. It looks better if it's in the middle of the count. Once you get to 3-2 and you fouled off a couple, some pitchers can miss in that spot, and you know still get a good result because the batter's seen so many different pitches. It's such a stressful count, 3-2.
Now here's SCHIERHOLTZ. Nate SCHIERHOLTZ, always known for his glove and his arm, one of the great throwing arms in the National League. Nolasco spins one in there for a strike.
Yeah, SCHIERHOLTZ came over in that deal that sent Hunter Pence to the Giants. So all of a sudden, Pence in postseason last year with the Phillies. He'll be there this year with San Francisco.
Fastball in. The guys who, remember, we had the Baseball America tools issue. We did the around baseball best infield arm, outfield arm, fastball, curveball, all of that. The best outfield arms in the National League, as voted on by players in the National League: Carlos Gonzalez, Rick Ankiel, and Jay Bruce. SCHIERHOLTZ can't be far behind.
Probably not on that list because he's less of an everyday player.
Yes, I would agree. A liner over the head of Solano into right center. Peterson picks it up. Dominic Brown arrives at third base. That's going to bring Pete Orr to the plate. A guy that always had, at least whenever we saw him, one of the best outfield arms, but got less playing time than SCHIERHOLTZ, was Brett Carroll. A guy that had he played every day, everyone would say, man, that guy can really throw, but you never really got a chance to see him throw that much. Boy, there were some big wins today in the American League. Oakland, in extra innings, beat Seattle 7-4. That had to be a walk-off home run by somebody in Oakland. So Oakland wins. The Rays won. They beat the White Sox 10-4. Here are the games in the American League wild card. These are where the tightest races are. Rays won. Oakland won. Baltimore is underway and on top 1-0 over Boston. The Yankees lost. Toronto beat the Yankees 3-2. Miggy homered, and Detroit beat Minnesota 6-4.
Yeah, Cabrera's a 3-run shot. So that right now ties him with Josh Hamilton.
Texas and Hamilton delayed right now in Arlington against the Angels.
Gives Cabrera 136 RBIs. Nobody's going to catch him there. And he's right now 5 points or thereabouts ahead of Joe Mauer in batting average.
Miggy today had one hit. He was 1 for 4. He's at 327.
Mauer coming into play today, 322.
And he was 0 for 3. He's 320.
So he dropped a little bit.
That's easy. They were both hitting third in the same game. So I just had to look across the column. Two-one pitch. Orr tries to bunt, and it's foul. If he gets that down, Pete Orr can flat out run. And if he gets that ball down, he's going to beat it out.
Yeah, it's amazing. There's certain guys, and he's been off and on. He spent good time in the minor leagues this year, but we've seen him with Atlanta in 59 games against the Marlins. Pete Orr is a 309 career hitter, so he's gotten some hits against the Fish.
I'm a little curious as to what his thinking was right there on the bunt, though. I mean, considering the fact that he does run that well and he's hard to double up. if he puts the ball in play, he's pretty much got himself an RBI. I'm really a little concerned about what his thought process was there.
Well, you're right, because you have the pitcher coming up next, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So as a manager or as an opposing player, you're doing me a favor when you butt in that situation. You're going to give up an out, you know, when against a team that you do have success against, you know, in a very tough spot with the pitcher up behind you. You know, if you're in his dugout, a lot of players would consider that play a little selfish.
Another breaking ball and another foul ball. Well, if Orr hangs in the game long enough, he might be able to play for everybody in the National League East.
Well, he's not been a Marlin.
He's been a Brave, he's been a National, and he's been a member of the Phillies. He just needs the Mets and the Marlins. Then he'll pull off the Matt Hergis, who played for everybody in the National League West.
Yeah, and I think I faced him on every one of those teams, too.
Well, it's an amazing number. We told you 11 pitches for Ricky in the first inning. His pitch count right now is up to 48.
And he's blown way past Roy Halladay.
Wow.
Halladay at 31. Nolasco, as you mentioned, 48. And that one's into right center field. Pete Orr is going to knock in 2 runs. Schierholtz around third, and he's going to score.
Boy, that goes back to what Preston was talking about. Why try to bunt when you have that opportunity? And with his speed and with his success against the Marlins, all of a sudden, just like that, he battled, gets himself a double, and drives in 2.
And he's 4 for 10 against Nolasco in his career. So here's Halladay. And this ball game has a very different feel from last night.
Last night we were in the 7th inning at this time.
Halladay sprays it to the right side. Solano flips to first, and a long inning for Nolasco comes to an end. Phillies get 2. Marlins lead by 1.
Rich, thank you very much. 2,000 strikeouts is quite a number. Roy Halladay reached that earlier this year. 67 pitchers have done it in Major League Baseball history, but Halladay is an exclusive group in that 2,000 strikeout club with one of the best strikeout walk ratios of all time. 3.72. He's only walked 553 guys. He struck out over 2,000. 2,059. Only Schilling and Martinez better than Halladay, all-time active or retired. And those are amazing numbers. And tonight, Halladay going against a very good pitcher with a great strikeout ratio, too, in Ricky Nolasco, though he has less than 1,000 strikeouts. His ratio is about 3.5. Just so you know, since Halladay has come into the league, the average is 2.01 for strikeouts to walk ratio. And the worst ever among those 2,000 strikeout guys, a guy named Bobo Newsom, who was at 1.20. He struck out over 2,000. He walked nearly 2,000 for 17 teams from the late 20s into the early 50s.
17 teams?
Hard to believe. He was on just about everybody. He was ahead of his time.
He was nobody's Bobo.
No, he was everybody's Bobo.
Apparently so.
And you saw the number, too, with Halladay, 198 wins. So closing in on 200, either way, he'll have to wait till next year.
Strike three called. Tim Timmons is behind home plate. And Dale Scott at first, Mark Wegner at second, Brian Knight at third. Add another strikeout to Halladay's career total. He's got 2 tonight. And here is Brian Peterson. Now, on that list that Craig just had, you saw Pedro Martinez's name. There's a stat that we always use with Halladay. In his career, when given a lead of 4 or more runs, he's 111-0. And it's the longest streak since Pedro Martinez retired, with a streak of 114-0. The Marlins jumped Halladay for 3 runs in the first here tonight. Peterson opened with a base hit. That pop-up might be playable, and Orr gets to the rail, makes the catch. And that's the danger with Halladay. You get 3 runs. The Marlins might have had a little more, and now the Phillies get 2. Halladay's right back there.
And if he comes back and has a 1-2-3 inning, looks like he's a little sharper in this inning, he may settle in. That's why you have to be careful.
Zips one into Solano. Donovan extended his hit streak to 9 straight with a hit and run single in the first. Those are the last 7 games. A road trip in which the Marlins didn't win a ball game. It was Solano and Velasquez that had the best numbers offensively.
You know, I don't know if it's been talked about, but I look at Donovan Solano, and he can be one of those super utility guys. He may not play every day at a certain position, but you can still play him 5-6 days a week because he's so versatile and spell other guys in different positions.
And he's driving the ball all over the place. You know, the one guy and there's actually a couple of guys we've talked about like that, who were super utility guys but then became everyday players. Omar Infante and Martin Prado.
Yes.
And Solano kind of fits that profile.
And I'll tell you what, the other thing we've talked about day in and day out, he continues to prove to us that he might be more than that. He might be an everyday second baseman.
You know, I think he's an everyday player. You know, I just think with what they're planning on doing with Bonifacio, you don't know where he's going to fit in, whether they're going to be able to put him at third or, you know, where they're going to fit him in. But if they're unable to put him at an everyday position, he's good enough that he can play a day at third base, a day in left field, second base, and you have him in the lineup every day, but you're spelling guys, giving them a day off at the same time.
So he still gets between 500 and 550 at bats.
Yes.
Hey, and his base hit, his 2 hits tonight, has his average at an even 300.
Ah, he's there.
He got to 300.
We've been talking about that too for the last couple weeks.
I look at like Mark McLemore. You know, he played every day, but he played everywhere.
That's good comparison. McLemore was a very smart player and a key player for Johnny Oates
and now
the
I believe
Rangers.
a TV broadcaster with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah. Ben Zobrist, John Sulzer, our producer, mentioning, and he kind of fits that bill as well.
I'm a really big Zobrist fan. I got to see him when he was just almost getting ready to break into the big leagues when I was at Houston, and saw this kid play, and you're like, man, this kid is one of those guys that can do a lot of things to help a ball club. And sure enough, later that year, he's in the big leagues.
Reyes' liner is foul. Hey, heck of a play there. He's got the batting glove. He's got a huge glove on. Watch this play.
Good balance, good footwork.
That's a JT Snow type glove there. Solano's running, Reyes is hitting, and he fouls it off. Counts 1-2. Good jump by Solano. Reyes walked in that first. Marlins loaded the bases against Halladay with the first 3 hitters in that first inning. Stanton chased him home, at least 2 of them home, with a 2-run single to center. And after 2 were out, Rob Brantley singled. Reyes checks his swing, and Halladay walking off the mound. Reyes is rung up by third base umpire Brian Knight. So Halladay strikes out a pair in the inning, and Velasco is back to work, trying to protect a 1-run lead. For great deals today by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Papa John's. Hello, little Jose. For $11, get Papa John's new meatball pepperoni pizza. For $1 more, get any large pizza. It's hard to concentrate when little Jose's waving at you.
Good to see little Jose part of the crack staff.
And there's little Giancarlo there. That's the crack staff. And many people ask us, what does a crack staff look like? There they are. John Sulzer with the rocking the Marlins pullover there. Ken Lee on keyboards in the corner. Sulzer today coming dressed as Super Gator. Of course, the Gators had a bye today.
They had a bye week. That's why he's very relaxed tonight.
He had his superhero glasses on and a Gator cape. Jimmy Rollins, Juan Pierre, and Chase Utley. Rollins single back in the first. Knocks this one into left. Dobbs is out there tonight, and he makes the catch. And out, and here comes Juan Pierre.
Don't have to tell you how important it is for Ricky to come back and have a fairly low pitch inning here if he expects to go a little ways into this game.
Yeah, I think this is one of those instances where you go in the dugout and your pitching coach comes down and sits to you. He's like, look, we need some contact early. You know, we need you to make a good pitch, but let's get these guys to swing early in the count so we don't stretch you out for the second inning in a row.
Charlie Manuel hoping the Phils can come in over 500. It would make it 10 winning seasons in a row in Philadelphia. It would be 8 in a row for Charlie.
Wouldn't you have loved to have seen Charlie Manuel tearing it up in Japan?
Yes. I've seen some footage. He had red hair and was this big hulking slugger. His nickname was the Red Devil.
One year, Charlie Manuel, 1980, in Japan, hit .325, had 48 home runs in just 118 games.
He was a hitter that blossomed late in his professional career. When he got to the big leagues, I believe it was with Minnesota.
Yes.
He didn't have great numbers. He didn't really stick, and he ended up in Japan, and that's where his game came together. The 1-2. Reyes on the run, and it went right by Carlos Lee and into the camera well. With the Pierre's speed, Reyes trying to hurry it. JP is now in scoring position. It might be a hit and an error, or it might just be a flat error.
You saw how quickly, though, Reyes had to get rid of it. Because he did so, he couldn't get much on the throw and gave Carlos that in-between hop. The hop stayed down. Hit right in the corner of the grass and didn't come up to him.
Yeah, that's one of those plays I wonder if Reyes had a chance to do that again. Maybe he'd play that into the kind of half a backhand. That way he's not stopping his momentum, you know, trying to catch it in the center of his body. And even though it's a tougher throw thrown on a move, he doesn't have to regenerate any momentum towards first base to get the speedy Juan Pierre.
He's 6. So no hit, but Pierre is out at second base. Utley now, he popped out back in the first. Utley is hitting Alasko to the tune of a .310 average. Ricky's changeup for a strike. Guess who scored first against the Cardinals tonight, Tommy Hutton?
I would say the Washington Nationals.
The Washington Nationals scored 4 times in the first inning. Michael Morse, a grand slam, his 17th homer of the season.
But our presumption about the Nationals, sometimes you presume things and you're way off, but we were right on track. I think they're second in the league, if not in baseball, in runs scored in the first inning.
Second in baseball, first in the National League. 91 times the Nationals have scored first in a ball game. Only the Angels at 94 have scored first more often.
The Nationals are a well-rounded ball club. Good defense. Offensively, certainly have a lot of depth in their offense.
They definitely did a great job putting that team together because it is well balanced. You got a few power guys, you got your guys who drive the ball in the gap, you got a few speed guys, and you got a lot of guys that do really well situational hitting. And then you throw that monster pitching staff they got on top of it, and that's why they are where they are today.
It'll be interesting as they go into postseason. Tyler Clippard has struggled at the end. They'd love to see Storen back to where he was last year and try to close games. And of course, they don't have Steven Strasburg, but they've got maybe a Cy Young Award winner in Gio Gonzalez. 2-1. Pierre's running on a breaking ball to throw, and in there with a slide is Juan Pierre. Not a bad throw by Rob Brantley.
Tell you what, right there as a team, you got to know that that guy at second base pretty much knows what's coming. He pretty much knew what the sign was because he picked a breaking ball to run on. And Juan Pierre is smart enough that if you give him enough chances out there at second base to see the sequence that you're working with, he's going to figure out what that count is, what the signals are, and I think he just did it just now.
Hey, you're right. Brantley made that a real close play at third.
And that's a big stolen base because with one out, Utley can drive home the run while making an out, and the infield is back. So if Utley can put it in play, I think he went. He did. Nolasco gets a big strikeout. Utley doesn't like the call and was reluctant to leave the box.
Now, you know what? He went more than Reyes did.
Yeah.
It ended last inning for the Marlins. So no argument. He's not going to win that one. So big out, big strikeout for Ricky.
Well, this is a guy that the Phillies would want up in this spot. Runner at third, 2 outs. And Ruiz takes a breaking ball for a strike.
But the pitch count mounts. Ricky not through the third inning, and he's up to 64.
Slowly hit. Velasquez to first in time. And the inning ends with Pierre at third. Still 3-2. Making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Live shot of downtown Miami. 3-2. Marlins on top of the Phillies.
She wasn't wearing that thing before Giancarlo hit that home run last night. And snapped her head around real quick to watch the flight of that ball. And look what happened.
I'm not even going there. Here is Stanton. And
there have been a few pitchers that have done that this year, too.
Alvaday misses inside. Stanton Two-run single back in the first.
Oh!
Drives it left field and deep. Pierre looks up. He hit it again. Number 36 for Stanton.
Great, now my neck hurts.
They had the shift on, too. I was about to say the infield, but it doesn't matter when he puts it up there. Giancarlo, number 36. She may want to give that thing to Roy Halladay after that shot.
You're bad. 4-2 Marlins.
Watch this hanger. Oh, middle of the plate. The amazing thing about Stanton is that he missed 9 games, and it didn't look like he's missed 9 games the way he swung the bat.
You know, something that's really impressive that goes overlooked for a power hitter young like Stanton is he doesn't waste a lot of balls foul that he pulls for home run distance.
To your point, in his 2 at-bats, and this was a Cleveland or Poole home run, in his 2 at-bats, he has swung the bat just 3 times, and he's produced a 2-run single and a home run and 1 foul ball.
I think a lot of that goes back to his tremendous work in the batting cage. When you watch him in the first 2 or 3 rounds, he just stays back and drives balls into right center.
Carlos Lee doesn't like that call, and he lets Tim Timmons know about it. But Tim Timmons was right. The pitch was on the black.
I think that's one thing young hitters that come to the major leagues, they start to see. They start to see how guys prepare. They start to see the routine, and they start to see how much work mentally goes into you being consistent physically on the field. And the guys that can pick that up and incorporate it do much better.
Greg Dobbs now as Halladay misses outside.
One thing that's going to stop because of the injury and the time on the DL for Halladay this year, he had a stretch of 6 consecutive years of 30 or more starts, 200 or more innings. And, you know, you become more aware of that after seeing Mark Burley get his 200 innings last night and what he's done 12 years in a row, 30 or more starts, 200 innings, 10 or more wins.
Dobbs rolls it to first. Ruff gets to the bag. And there are 2 outs. Tico presents some wild card standings. Braves have long since clinched. Cardinals have a 3-game lead over the Dodgers. Milwaukee has fallen 5 back. The Phillies were eliminated last night. Arizona still a game over 500.
For the 4 runs tonight, Rich, the last time the Marlins scored 4 runs was the middle game of the Atlanta series here.
Brantley pulls one on a hop. Nice play by Ruff. And he gets to the bag. But Giancarlo Stanton goes deep again. His 36th of the season. And it stretches Miami's lead to 4-2. Classic is coming to Miami next March. Marlins will host the second round of the world's premier international baseball tournament. Many of Major League Baseball's biggest stars will compete for their home countries. For more information, go to worldbaseballclassic.com. Marlins Park, great setting in March of next year for the second round of the World Baseball Classic. Cleveland Clinic 4th, 4-2. Marlins. Dominic Brown takes an Alaska fastball up. Darren Ruff, Nate Schierholtz for the Phillies in the 4th. Cholula Hot Sauce brings you a spotlight player every night. Lithonia, Georgia. Redan High School, Brandon Phillips High School. And Ryan Sandberg was his manager in the minors. Pulled foul. Ryan Sandberg is in uniform.
Saw him tonight. Talked to him. He said he had a good bullpen this year in AAA.
Brown swings and misses in an Alaska curveball. AT&T trivia question tonight. In '84, Juan Samuel was a rookie, second in the National League with 72 stolen bases. 1984, who was first in the National League in stolen bases? Had the Vince Coleman, Willie McGee era ended in St. Louis with the Cardinals?
Talking early 80s, that's almost mid 80s. You start thinking about Cardinals. Of course, 82. So Vince Coleman would be, I think, a good guess. I'm not hearing any confirmation on that, but I think it's a good guess.
There was another big base stealer going around then too. Also, he actually was here for a while. Rock Raines.
That's right.
Tim Raines with the Expos.
See, that's a question we could ask Ryan Sandberg, because that was his time where he was shining.
I'm just looking, Rich, in 1984, Vince Coleman was still in the minor leagues. He was at Louisville. He had 101 stolen bases that year. And the year before that, in A-ball, he had that record that was just broken this year. He'd stolen 145.
That one fouled out of play. In '84, Ryan Sandberg was hitting .314, 19 homers, 84 RBIs, 19 triples, and was the MVP of the National League. So '84 was a good year for Ryan Sandberg.
In that year, Rich, for Juan Samuel, to show you the kind of year he had 36 doubles, 19 triples, and 15 home runs to go along with the 72 steals. I like Tim Raines as a guess.
There it is.
75.
Preston Wilson gets credit for that. 2-2. Nolasco runs that fastball in, and Darren Ruff swung right over it. Nolasco has struck out the Phillies rookie twice.
Ricky looks like he's finding his groove again back from that second inning. Looks like he's around the plate a whole lot more, and he's making better pitches when he's really trying to put guys away.
Preston, where are you? You're no longer in the diamond seats, right?
No, I'm up around by the Budweiser porch now. I'm getting ready to go down on a little terrace down in front there, and you guys are going to look at me in a second.
Stay up there till Stanton hits again.
That was a good place to be last night, that little Budweiser porch. Broken bat and a liner into center field. SCHIERHOLTZ, a 2-out hit. And he's 2 for 2. One
last note on Tim Raines. You heard Preston mention he was a Marlin. Actually, the last year of Tim Raines' playing career, 2002, appeared 98 games as a Marlin. Finished his career with 808 stolen bases.
I was fortunate enough to play with Rock Raines, and I tell you, he's one of those guys that you look at, and their knowledge of the game was just so much further advanced than any of us playing at that time. I mean, he really made it look easy, and we'd go up there and we're scuffling through his at-bats, and he just goes up there, pinch hit after sitting down for 5 or 6 days, not doing anything. He just goes up there, puts together a quality at-bat. A lot of times it was a base hit, and you just knew how much further we had to go to get to the level of ability and mentality that he had in baseball.
PIERRE up there now.
That's really interesting because Preston saw Rock at the end of his career. I was in Montreal as a player and saw him when he came up as a 19 and 20-year-old.
So since you saw him at the beginning, Preston, you saw him at the end. Does his body of work belong in Cooperstown?
I'm one who thinks yes, because of his. To me, he was the Rickey Henderson of the National League all those years.
Yes. I would like to see him in the Hall of Fame. I think he did tremendous things in the National League, and he was one of those players that was a headliner every game that he played because he was a threat in so many different ways.
Well, he got 48.7% of the votes for the Hall of Fame this past year, and he has steadily gone up since he was eligible in 08. So he's on track.
7 times he stole over 70 bases, 70 or more bases.
Yeah, those guys, those numbers will never happen again. I mean, that was a phase in the game where it took baseball a while to catch up to the guys that were stealing the bases. Once those guys really got so good at, picking apart pitchers' moves and picking right counts to run in, it took baseball to evolve to the slide step, holding the ball and throwing over, those types of things to counteract the stolen base. So when you talk about Tim Raines, Rickey Henderson, Vince Coleman, the guys that stole those 70 to 100 bases a year, we probably won't see that again in baseball.
But you have to admit, speed is coming back to the game right now. Here's the 1-2. Or lines it to center field. And we'll continue the discussion as Peterson makes the catch, and Nolasco gets through that 4th inning, hanging on to a 4-2 lead. Sports Florida brought to you by Nissan. Get to Nissan for the biggest savings under the sun at Nissan Summer Saving Days. Visit ChooseNissan.com. By Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. And by Bennett Auto Supply, our prices bring you in and our people bring you back. Live shot from above Marlins Park. The Goodyear blimp. Let's check in with Preston Wilson. Preston?
Hey there, guys. Got me a nice little perch out here, Budweiser Terrace, left center field. Great view out here.
There he is.
Oh, look at that.
You're all by yourself. Now, last night, that spot was teeming with ladies.
Well, up there, you know, everybody's hanging around the bar right now. You know, I think we'll get some people coming back down here in a second, you know.
Velasquez rolls it out to Rollins. And Rollins throws out Gil Velasquez as the bottom of the fourth sees Velasquez, Nolasco, and Peterson coming up. Roy Halladay, in his 3 1/3 innings, has given up 4 Marlin runs. 3 have been knocked in by Giancarlo Stanton. 85 RBIs to go with his 36 home runs.
I got some friends out here now. We're starting to fill up a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? You were the only guy up there, and now it's a popular spot.
I'm a big fan.
I figured once they saw Preston out there, they'd start to mill around.
I just heard someone ask Preston if they could take a picture with you.
Yeah, you know, I told him I'd get it in a second. I got to make sure I'm doing my job here, you know.
Yeah, between innings. How's the view out there?
And it's great out here, man. I tell you, I've been around this stadium a few times now, and there really isn't a bad spot. You know, I can see the whole field from here. Even from this terrace, I can see the left fielder. Usually a lot of times when you're a little bit higher up in the stadium, you can't see the fielder that's directly under you. I can see Juan Pierre fine. So, you know, great sights out here.
And that was a very brief AB for Ricky Nolasco. Halladay carves him up. That's the view from just to the left of the Budweiser balcony. Down that left field line. Here's Brian Peterson. Peterson is singled and popped out.
You know, Peterson did a great job first at bat of going the other way. You know, then the second at bat, Halladay came in on him and he chased it in. So you got to wonder now if Petey's going to try to look in to try to catch him inside, or if he's going to go to what I think is really his strength and going towards the other way to left field.
Rich, you had an interesting talk with Petey before the game about his approach against Halladay.
Yeah, he said Halladay is one of those guys that, while he's a strike thrower, he doesn't throw you the strike you want. If you go up there looking for your pitch, it'll be 0-2 quickly. And a swing and a miss. Down he goes. Halladay, a 1-2-3 fourth. We're back after this sports injury prevention message from Cleveland Clinic, Florida. spotlight. Carlos Lee, 76 games with the Fish, 341 with runners in scoring position. And in his career, 29% of those RBIs have tied a game or given his team the lead. He's given the Astros, White Sox, Brewers, Marlins the lead. You can keep your edge with just for men mustache and beard. The crack staff has some guests in the truck.
Hey, they have guests. That's nice. That's a nice touch.
Emmanuel Munoz leading a tour. That's better than the nickel tour.
Yeah, hey guys down there, take care. Nice to have you as part of the crack staff.
Halladay takes a strike from Nolasco. Halladay hitting here in the 5th. Then Jimmy Rollins and Juan Pierre. Ricky Nolasco in his 4 innings has struck out 4, hasn't walked anybody. 5 hits and a couple of runs.
And Halladay struck out 6 in his 4 innings of work.
0-2. Misses down low. Baltimore has a 3-2 lead over Boston. And if Baltimore were to win that game, Tommy, they would pull themselves into a tie with the Yankees,
which could really bring up an interesting scenario. You and I were talking about it. It could get complicated, but what if the Yankees and the Orioles finish the season in a tie?
Now, if it were last year, the old system, one team would get the wild card, one team would get the division, and off to the division series they would go. Brantley picks it up, and Halladay is going to get an infield hit. Nolasco was along the line, and when Brantley came up, I think he surprised Nolasco. Watch the end of this play.
Yeah, I think what you have to do here, somebody has to help him out and yell. Brantley, by the time he picked it up, was not going to have a play on Halladay, so you just have to take a chance it goes foul. If it stays fair, it's fair. It's a base hit either way, but it might go foul.
Infield hit for Halladay.
So let's say the Orioles and the Yankees tie, then they would have to play one game to determine who wins the division.
And the loser goes to the wild card game.
Would then have to play the next day in the one-game play-in.
And if they win that game, then they would get a day off and then play on Sunday in the first game of the division series.
So the Orioles, after their series that they have with the Red Sox.
Hard liner into right. Stanton going to second and almost got him. Reyes couldn't pick it. Had the throw been on the mark, Halladay might have been out at second.
I think he would have been. I think the throw beat him. It's a heads-up play by Stanton to realize Halladay was the runner and also realize the ball was hit hard. A couple of hops, he makes the play to second, just gets an in-between hop, and Reyes can't handle it. Good attempt, though.
Yeah, short hop that was into the runner. A pair of hits to open the 5th for the Phils.
So the Yankees finished the season. They have a 3-game series with the Red Sox, and the Orioles finished their season a 3-game series. I think it's in Tampa.
Yeah,
against the Rays,
which is crucial for the Rays, crucial for Baltimore. The Rays won today. They beat the White Sox 10-4. Pierre drops down a bunt. Better hurry. Nolasco just got him. Sacrifice is successful. And now here comes Utley with runners at second and third and 1 out. This week it's a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. Alex Smith and the 49ers head to New York to battle it out with Mark Sanchez and the Jets. And America's game of the week, the Saints and the Packers in Green Bay. Coverage begins with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 11 Central. Now Utley was popped out and struck out. 1 out in the 5th in a 2-run game. Change up for a strike.
It's going to be a fun offseason for Ricky Nolasco. Ricky and Giancarlo are taking a trip to Europe. We're going to go to Madrid and Barcelona. We're going to take in a big soccer match.
I think bullfighting is on the itinerary.
That might be on the itinerary as well. I'll get some pointers from Ozzy on that.
Utley into center field, and that's got to knock home at least one. Here comes Rollins. He will score. And Chase Utley has tied this game 4-4. That infield hit by Halladay got it started. And Utley knocks home a couple.
Utley was hitless last night. He was hitless in his first 2 at-bats tonight. But sooner or later, you know, Chase Utley is going to come up big. And that base hit came up big and tied the game.
Did you see Carlos Ruiz on that last replay? Look at him dash into the picture. Ruiz went in, got the bat, cleared the bat, and then directed traffic, telling Rollins where to slide. There's a lot of guys that would just stand on deck and watch that play.
Yeah, that's a great effort. That's something you try to teach young players to do, but sometimes it just slips their mind and they don't. But that's a heads-up play by Ruiz.
I think as a catcher that you have an understanding of how much it is distracting to have that bat around your feet and to have that bat in the hitting area or the sliding area when there's a play happening at home plate. So I think his sensitivity to that particular play is a lot more elevated than maybe a position player that's not around home plate that much.
Solano making the play.
Point. That's a good point.
Utley's at second. Here's a look at it. See the Ruiz come in.
He knows there's a lot of stuff happening around home plate. And then he's signaling for Rollins to slide to that side of the base. How to be involved when you don't have a glove, you don't have a bat.
There's some things that there'll never be a stat for, and that's one of them. It doesn't show up anywhere except in your teammates in your club. They notice stuff like that.
Breaking ball is a strike to Dominic Brown. Now, we've asked this question about a few of the teams that we've seen in this last week or so. Who's the Phil's MVP? Is it Ruiz?
I would say Ruiz.
To right center, Dominic Brown gets a hold of one, and he drives it to the wall. That's going to score Utley. Brown's on his way to third, and he's got himself a triple. Dominic Brown's first hit of the ball game, and the Phillies put 3 on the board here in the 5th and take a 5-4 lead.
Tell you what, this Brown kid has really shown some power in the series earlier in the season. He hit the 2-run homer that won the game for them pretty much in Philly a little bit earlier this year, and now he hit that ball and it jumped off the bat, and neither one of the outfielders on that side of the field had a play at it. You saw both Peterson and Stanton just looking at it because they knew that ball had so much on it they weren't going to be able to catch up to it.
And that's something that Phillies certainly would like to see a little bit more of if they plan on having Dominic Brown in their outfield next year.
No, this is a time of year. You know, fortunately, a rookie like him, it's not good for the team because they've been mathematically eliminated. But this is a time where those guys are going to get some at bats to maybe open Charlie Manuel's eyes and see if he's the type of guy that he wants to have out there for him.
Ruff fouls a pitch back. Darren Ruff struck out in the 2nd and in the 4th. But the Phils have fought their way back. This is their first lead of the ball game. 9 hits now for the Phillies. Oh, 2. in the hole. Tough play. Reyes, long throw. Terrific play by Jose Reyes. And that saves a run. Brown would have scored had Ruff reached first. As it is, the Phillies scored 3 times and take the lead. And they set the fireworks up right at the top of the garage up there. That little tent.
And then everything explodes. Just goes crazy.
Good work on the telly. 5-4, Subway, 5th inning. Phillies have their first lead. Now you've given Roy Halladay a lead. We'll see if Halladay can hold it in his career. He's very, very good at doing just that. Harry Leroy Halladay. Solano pops it up. Before the ball game, the fireworks guy was setting up, and Lil Jose went up just to see what was going on. And there they are. Oh, easy,
no.
careful.
No.
Just be careful. So. Here is Big Jose. And Reyes takes outside. Reyes has walked and struck out. Halladay gave up the home run to Stanton in the 3rd. Since then, he's retired 7 in a row.
What a great play by Reyes to end the inning. Deep in the hole to rob Darren Ruff.
In Foxborough,
the key is the move to turn his body, get his body turned while he's whirling in the air.
And Halladay walks Reyes on 4 pitches. Subway Surprise on the line tonight is the National League wild card. The Dodgers are barely alive. The Cardinals losing to Washington. That Michael Morse grand slam is still standing up in St. Louis, 4-0. Washington on top of the Cardinals. It's a Jordan Zimmerman start against Kyle Loesch, the ace of the Cardinals staff. Now here's Stanton. He has swung the bat 3 times tonight. One was the 2-run single in the 1st. The other was a foul ball And then another long home run, a solo shot in the third. Let's check in with Preston Wilson. Now, Preston, are you within range of Giancarlo here?
You know what? I'm definitely in range, but I'm in foul territory, so I don't think he's going to hit me here. You know, he usually hits everything fair. He doesn't waste too many fouls. I think I'm okay over here.
Do you have an entourage that follows you around to protect you? Or is it the goodwill of the fans of Miami?
No, I believe in self-preservation, so if anything's coming this way, I'm moving.
The lady to your right doesn't seem all that impressed.
No, and that's exactly why I know I'm on my own right now.
Here's the 2-0. Stanton lifts it, fouling out of play. Preston out near the Taste of Miami, which is right behind him.
He may be headed back for a Cuban sandwich.
I'm telling you, man, that walk up here coming up the concourse, that was a walk that I dreaded, because every station that I passed by, there's a different type of food that I like to smell and that I was enjoying. So I made it over here to the Budweiser Terrace, but it was only on sheer will and love of my job alone.
Stanton has had some good rips here, and he knocks another one foul. It's 2-2. So it's 2-2. Reyes at first with one out. He's running on the pitch, which is down low. Ruiz's throw won't get him. And Reyes swipes his 37th base. He's running out of time, but for Jose Reyes, 37 puts him 2 behind Michael Bourne, who hasn't stolen many bases lately with that bruised thumb. Everett Cabrera has 37. Shane Victorino has 38. Bourne has 39. Reyes now has 37.
Yeah, Bourne's still not in the lineup for the Braves.
Stanton takes his walk. And here comes Carlos Lee. And that, we pointed out last night, one of the things the Marlins have to do is get some protection behind Stanton in the lineup next year. Halladay more than happy to bury one in the dirt, see if Stanton chased it, and send him to first base.
Yeah, and I was okay with Reyes stealing because he waited till there were 2 strikes on Stanton. So that was fine. But Halladay really appeared not wanting to give him a whole lot. Preferably that bat that's behind Stanton next year is a left-handed bat.
They're your stolen base leaders. Now, Carlos Lee has not hit Halladay very well in his career. He's just 7 for 40, 0 for 2 tonight, and they've both been strikeouts. Phillies bullpen is in motion. Reyes bluffs. Stanton got caught going towards second, and Ruiz looked up and everybody was retreating.
Yeah, actually a good job by Stanton, because he has to try to follow. See, he sees Reyes, but then he also has to keep an eye on Reyes out of the corner of his eye, and once Reyes stopped, then he has to stop.
Reyes bluffs, and a high pop down the line. Over for it is Brown, and Utley's there, and Utley makes the catch. Or excuse me, it was Ruff who made the catch.
You know, Rich and Tommy, I'll tell you that when you got a situation like Reyes at second base, and if I'm Carlos Lee, a guy that's facing a guy that I'm really having trouble with throughout my career that I haven't faced much, I don't want you bluffing out there at second base. If you're going to go, but I don't want you repeatedly bluffing in my vision there in the second base against a pitcher that I have trouble against already when you're already in scoring position.
Well, you see Brown trying to get as small as he can, sliding underneath Ruff. Carlos Lee is now 0 for 3 on the night. Here's Dobbs, who's flied out, bounced out. Nice play by the rookie, who went a long way to get that ball. Jeremy Horst in the Phillies bullpen.
No, just thinking, if you're Darren Ruff, you're in the same position Ryan Howard was in when the Phillies had Jim Thome at first base. Kind of stuck.
Yeah. Ryan Howard has signed for a while. 5-year contract. This is the first of the 5 for Howard. You were talking earlier in the telecast about Utley, and Preston mentioned it. And Phil's trying to find some place that would have less wear and tear for Utley. A natural progression for a guy that has the pop that Utley has could be to left, or you could slide him to first base. But you got Howard there. Counts 1-2. Halliday a couple of walks here in the 5th. He's walked 3 in the ball game. Dobbs takes the sinker down low. 2-2. Dobbs big numbers against Halliday coming in. He was 8 for 15. A couple of doubles and a home run in his career. But Halliday has him twice tonight. And he got him there. Dobbs strikes out. Miami leaves a couple. The Phillies lead it 5-4. Five shot for the Goodyear Blimp, Marlins Park. The Phillies and the Marlins. Phillies on top with a cast of not 1,000, but close. Preston Wilson, Jeff Conine, Craig Minervini, Tommy Hutton. Rich Waltz with you, and let's find Craig Minervini. Craig?
Well, thank you very much. I'm with Christian Yelich and Jose Fernandez, both named the minor league players of the year. Pitcher, of course, for Jose. Yelich, the minor league player of the year for the Marlins as well. Honored before the game, you guys, and as you look at your season, Christian, first of all, it's an exciting year. You hit 330. I know you got, tell everybody you had a crazy injury you had to deal with too.
Yeah, you know, I was unfortunate and had 2 stints on the DL there. Once, one of them was getting hit by a thrown bat in the on-deck circle. And
from your roommate?
Yeah, from my roommate, which made it a little awkward there for a couple nights, but no, it's all good now. I give him a hard time about it, and the other time was a concussion sliding into second base.
You got a chance to watch Giancarlo here hit a home run earlier in the year. He had a rehab stint with Jupiter. How neat was that to have him on your team?
I mean, whenever you can have a guy like Giancarlo come play with you, it's something pretty special, and I think he hit 2 home runs for us while he was down there, so you know, we appreciated the help while he was with us.
Jose, a terrific year for you at both levels. What was the difference? Although number-wise you were great at both Greensboro and Jupiter, what was the difference moving up to the Florida State League for you?
It was not much, you know, a little better hitters. They won't change that much, and you know, it's just baseball, you know. It's just throw strikes, try to get outs, and let people get runs. So it was pretty fun. You
had a terrific season. What are you most proud about your season in single A this year at the 2 levels?
Both teams will make it to the playoffs, so that was huge. That was pretty important. We couldn't win, but you know, we try and we give our best, and I had a good teammates, and it was pretty fun.
All right, so now you guys look ahead to next year in spring training. What are your thoughts as you go in first, Jose?
It's going to be fun. It's going to be different. I think that we're both going to be in the big league of spring training, so it's going to be fun. You know, we're going to be with the big guys, and hopefully we'll learn a lot.
Well, you both kind of put yourselves on the Marlins map, which wasn't unexpected by any means this year, but that's one thing I think you both accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's your goal every year going into spring training is, you know, put together a solid year, and by doing so, I guess for both of us, put us on the map a little bit, but it's far from over. We still got a lot of work ahead of us. I know that sounds a little cliche, but it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to go in the off season and keep working hard to get ready for next year and see what happens during spring training.
Hey, congratulations on being honored tonight too. Way to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jose Fernandez and Christian Yelich honored here before the game tonight, guys. Let's go back up to you.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch them in big league camp come late February, March next year. Jennings gets a piece of that, and Mayberry is thrown out. Jennings looks like he's injured. I'm not sure where it hit him.
It did catch him, though. You hope just off the backside and not on the arm anywhere.
It hit him in the back.
Like on the lower back. By the way, Christian Yelich, if memory serves me correct, got in one of those exhibition games here when the Marlins played the Yankees. Or one of the college teams. I can't remember. But he played here in this ballpark.
I think one of the big tests for a young player when you're in the minor leagues and you're a guy that's projected to make the major leagues is to finally get yourself in a situation where you're around Major League Baseball players. I know for me, my first big league spring training experience really meant a lot to me because I started to learn how close I was to being a Major League Baseball player. I saw the things that I needed to learn to do better. I saw the things that I could already do almost as well as those guys. And it really gives you a sense of where you are and what you need to do to get to that level.
Charlie Manuel able to pinch hit now that the Marlins have gone to a lefty. Mayberry pinch hit for Nate SCHIERHOLTZ. This is Pete Orr's spot. Kevin Franzen, who started last night, swung the bat well. He lined out twice, but had his 7-game hit streak snapped. Runs up to bunt and takes down low. So Jennings for Nolasco. 5 innings for Ricky, the 5 runs. Halliday has logged 5 innings as well.
And it looks like he's going to be pinch hit for Ty Wigginton, the on-deck circle. Halliday threw 90 pitches in his stint. Kind of an interesting night. He had 7 strikeouts, but 3 walks, which is a little much for the Doc.
1-2 to Kevin Franzen. Phillies dipped a game under 500 with the loss last night, 78-79. Marlins will welcome the Mets in on Monday night, Tuesday night. Wednesday, closing day, is a 4 o'clock start.
Guys, I am caught up in the wave down here.
Now, where are you now? You
I'm in the same area. I just moved a little bit further in foul territory.
Have you found, here's the 2-2. We were talking about it earlier. The number of people that are walking on the concourse during the game and before the game, for me it was surprising. I was down there about a half an hour before game time. What have you found down there, Preston?
I found the Taste of Miami down here in the corner. That really was hard to pass by. They say there's a level on the next level up that they have this great flank steak that has the chimichurri sauce with it. So if I don't make it up there by the end of the 6th or early 7th inning, that's where I will be.
Oh, that's right. You're scheduled to make an appearance in the booth, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I got to come say hi to you guys.
We'll save a place for you. And we'll get a placemat out for you, too.
Well, you guys know I like to eat, so make a little room.
See, at first we had to get a bow tie because of Preston's influence. Now I think we got to go with the pocket squares.
You know, any way I can help, you know, kind of upgrade the wardrobe that we're throwing out there for Fox Sports. You know, I take that as a credit. You know.
You've been a big upgrade on the wardrobe side.
You've pushed us to another level.
Franzen fights off another pitch. And Stanton reaches and has it. Up against the wall down that right field line. Giancarlo Stanton hustles to get that pop off the bat of Kevin Franzen.
You know, that's a very nice play. Earlier this year, that may be a play that he may have pulled up a little short on the wall or misjudged it, but he's so much more comfortable with this ballpark and so much more comfortable being on the field than he was at the beginning of the season. Now that he's got some consistent games under his belt, that you know, he's making plays like that a lot more routinely.
Wigginton now for Halladay here in the top of the 6th. Jennings, the Nebraska Cornhusker, throws a strike.
So you had Dan Jennings come in to face the lefties, and Charlie's gotten 3 righties up there. Mayberry, Franzen, and now Wigginton.
You know, that's an instance that really shows up this part of the season where one manager has a lot more players on his bench to work with than the other. You can do that. You can pick 3 fresh guys off the bench and pinch hit with them and still have enough left for if anything happens eventually in the later part of the game. Ozzie doesn't have that luxury.
Good job by DJ.
Solano gives way, and I would too. Stan crawling up your back. 1-2-3 inning for Dan Jennings. everything that Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Live shot, Marlins Park. JM Lexus resets the ball game. 5-4, Phillies on top. You can see the Phillies got 3 in the 5th against Ricky Nolasco. Giancarlo Stanton, 2 for 2. A 411-foot homer off the green wall in left. His 36th home run. Kevin Franzen stays in the ball game, and he's at third base. John Mayberry comes into center field. And Jeremy Horst is the pitcher. Nice pick at first base on the bunt attempt by Rob Brantley. Franzen right into the game, tested early.
Not a bad attempt leading off the inning. Testing Franzen, who just came in, and boy, he got a nice pick over first base from Darren Ruff. Ruff's made some nice plays out there tonight.
Jeremy Horst takes over for Roy Halladay. He throws a strike to Gil Velasquez. Oh for 2 is Velasquez. There has been a Donnie Murphy sighting, and he is on deck. Murphy out for a couple of weeks with a concussion.
Murph the last few days taking BP. Justin DeFreitas getting loose for the Phils.
Mike Dunn in Miami's bullpen. So if the Phillies bullpen can deliver this win, as Velasquez knocks that one in the gap, Pierre runs it down. It would be win number 11 for Roy Halladay.
And number 199 in his career.
That's right, with an ERA at 3.30 for Halladay in what will be his last start of the season for both Halladay and Ricky Nolasco.
Yeah, Ricky didn't end on the note that he would have liked to have ended on.
So Murphy, his first at bat in a while. Appeared in 50 games this year. Fouls it back, 0-2 to Murphy. Marlins saw Cliff Lee last night, Roy Halladay tonight. Tomorrow they get Cole Hamels. Murphy strikes out. Preston, come on up to the booth. Come on in out of the air conditioning, all right? 5-4, Phils. The all-you-can-eat seats for the Marlins include a game ticket, unlimited hot dogs, nachos, peanuts, popcorn, soda, and water for just $24. It's the final all-you-can-eat game of the season. It's coming up on Monday. Marlins and Mets. Order your all-you-can-eat seats at marlins.com. There's Mike Dunn now. Dunn takes over. And he'll get the top of the order for the Phillies. Jimmy Rollins, Juan Pierre, and Chase Utley. It's a Ricky Nolasco start. Dan Jennings, pride of University of Nebraska, handled the 6th. So Nebraska went down to Wisconsin today in college football.
Oh, Dan Jennings with a nice job. Faced 3 hitters, got them all out.
Dunn throws a breaking ball that's popped towards the seats. And Velasquez. Whoa! We had a popcorn
was
explosion.
That popcorn or beer? I think it was popcorn.
I think it was too. Watch this. Kaboom! He tried to make the catch with his popcorn. It didn't quite work. That's awesome.
He's got no ball and no popcorn.
And Rollins rolls it into left field. The voice you hear is of Preston Wilson. Preston has joined us.
Nice that he made it back up here.
You know, I've had some travels around the ballpark. I got to visit behind home plate, got the Budweiser terrace out there, then a little bit down the left field line behind the foul pole. Had a great adventure with the fans out there tonight.
Good. What was your favorite spot?
You know, I got to say, I really liked the view from that Budweiser terrace. It was my first time sitting on that little ledge underneath the Budweiser bar up there. And even though it's up there in the outfield, you still can see all the players, and it's kind of a unique perspective.
Here is Juan Pierre. When you played, you probably never had a chance to sit in the stands and watch a big league game.
No, that's the thing. You know, this is all new to me, being able to see it from the fans' point of view. And with what I'm seeing with this ballpark is there really isn't a spot in this ballpark where you don't get to see all the action.
Rollins at first, Pierre a great bunter, and Dunn throws a strike.
And I think what kind of gets caught up in that 5th inning with all those base hits that the Phillies got was a sac bunt that Juan Pierre put down that really made sure they weren't in any danger of being in a double play and let the hitters kind of be at ease up there.
The Marlins in the market for a left fielder. Juan Pierre is a left fielder. Would his lack of throwing arm make him not the best of fits in this ballpark?
I think particularly in this ballpark, because it is so deep in the outfield, that his lack of throwing arm power is going to be exposed in this type of ballpark. I think in a ballpark like Philly, where the confines are a little bit more friendly in the left field area, I think they can get away with it. But it really does expose a player who doesn't have good arm strength in a stadium like this.
It'd be a really nice offensive piece, though.
Oh, you'd love to have him. You'd love to have him, and hopefully...
There are like pluses and minuses, because he also brings some pluses.
Oh, he brings a lot of pluses. You know, and not the least of which is his work ethic and the way that he goes about things. And that's something that a young team like the Marlins really need to have an example to see. This is how you make yourself out of a good Major League ball player.
Yes.
Not for just a couple years, but for a long period of time.
Yes, I would agree 100%. Breaking ball, Brantley knocks it down. Pierre, a couple of sacrifice bunts tonight. And Rollins is in scoring position. Phillies trying to add a run. Utley added 2 with his single in the 5th. Cardinals are going down to the Nationals 4-0, bottom of the 7th. Baltimore has retaken the lead 4-3 over Boston in a wild one, and that's going to the 8th. Boy, is it great to see Camden Yards jammed with people again.
I believe time had been called before that pitch was thrown.
Braves 2-0 over the Mets. Bottom 8.
You see where they almost had 52,000 last night honoring Chipper Jones.
Lucas Duda ruined the party, though.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Big home run.
You know, it's nice to see the fans show appreciation for a guy like Chipper, though. You see a guy who's been in the league as long as he has had such a consistent career, and to be able to do it all in one uniform, those days are few and far between as it comes from now on. I mean, I think we saw Tony Gwynn spend all of his years with San Diego. Other than that, I can't think of a guy that spent 15 years plus of his career with one baseball team lately.
Derek Jeter.
Jeter, there you go.
Guy you played with, Todd Helton.
Yes, in Colorado.
Yeah.
You know, those guys don't come along that often.
No, they don't.
Jeter's an absolute obvious lock for a first ballot Hall of Fame. Helton, the Coors Field effect may detract from his candidacy. When one pitch misses down low, and injuries have really slowed his production the last 2-3 years. But Chipper, you would expect, is in there. We talked about all the superlatives that he's had in his career.
Well, being in the same division with him when I was with the Marlins, I got to see him a little bit too much, because the man can hit, the man can play, and he was a terror anytime you see him across that diamond.
Fly ball from Utley. That's trouble. It's down the line. Dobbs after it. Foul ball. Just foul. And Chipper Jones, we talked about it, is going to be in a really unique spot. A guy that has announced his retirement after the season is going to be playing in an elimination game, it looks like, in that one-game wild card game.
I mean, that's an interesting thing now that that is the sudden death type of thing. And, you know, every game or every series that he plays from now on, it could be the last one. I do like the farewell tour, though, that they've given him. He's gone around, and every place that he's gone, they've given him a gift that's kind of, I guess, representative of the town that he's played against. He's got a surfboard in San Diego, got some great fishing stuff from down here. Really neat thing to see.
Utley battling Dunn. Rollins at second. Rollins bluffs. Foul ball. We have a poll question tonight. All my sons moving in storage. They've been with us all year. American League most valuable player. Is it Miguel Cabrera, Josh Hamilton, Mike Trout?
I'm on the M1 wagon right now.
You know, I see Tommy and I we talked about this a little earlier. Yeah. I like Mike Trout simply because he does so many things. It's not just offensive type player, and it's not at all to take away anything that Miguel Cabrera has done. I think he's just as viable as an option for the MVP. But when you look at a guy who plays a great defense, runs the bases well, steals bases, and he's a more complete player, I think, at this stage of his career than maybe Miguel is right now. I think hands down Miguel Cabrera is the best hitter out there right now.
How much credit do you give Miguel Cabrera for being unselfish and saying, I'll move across the diamond to third if you sign Prince Fielder?
I think that's great. You know, I think that you need to have guys like that on your ball club. And, you know, Miggy used to be a shortstop, so he knows he's got the hands to do it. Now he is a little bit limited as far as range goes, but he's a viable guy. You put him over there. If it's hit to him, he's shown that he can catch it if it's hit to him.
Actually talked to a couple scouts who said he's played a very solid, good enough third base this year.
Mike Dunn loses Utley, And he'll leave the ball game. Marlins make a pitching change. 5-4 Phillies, 1 out, 7th. You see downtown Miami out to the upper right there. To the left, University of Miami Medical Center. Marlins 4 for 50 4-pack includes 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 Pepsis, 4 bags of chips for just $54. The final 4 for 54 night of the season is coming up on Tuesday, October 2nd, as the Marlins take on the Mets at 7:10. Individual and group packs are available online at marlins.com. Tom Kohler takes over for Mike Dunn. Dunn did not look sharp in the 7th. And Kohler gets Carlos Ruiz with runners first and second. Ruiz, by the way, a .367 hitter with runners in scoring position this year. Kohler's been an interesting guy to watch. A starter in the minor leagues. Marlins have slotted him in short relief, and that's kind of brought his velocity up.
And this is a little different role. The times we've seen him pitch so far, he's come in to start an inning. Here he is with a couple of men on base.
95.
He's got a little hair on it right there.
Yeah, he does. You haven't heard that one in a while. See, I know where you got that one from.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's the watching the old guys there. Yeah.
There's a breaking ball that misses down low. And for a guy like Kohler, that could be a career-changing move. As a starter, so far he hasn't shown the stuff that could put him in a major league rotation with regularity. Fastball misses in.
I'll tell you what, though, throwing the way he has is certainly going to get him a look in spring training as a bullpen role.
Well, I think a guy like him who has that type of velocity, it can allow him to not maybe have as many pitches that you need to be a starter. So he can be a 2 to maybe 3 pitch pitcher and pitch out of the bullpen and have great success because of that velocity.
The fact that he's a starter as well, he could also be a guy you could stretch out if you needed in a pinch.
These last few games, even though they may not mean much as far as the standings are concerned, the management, the on-field staff, they get a chance to see what these guys have and maybe how they can implement them in the years to come.
Kohler with a fastball for a strike. 2-2. And that one barely at the letters. BB&T bringing you Fox Tracks. And Baltimore is 3 outs away from a tie with the Yankees atop the East with 4 games left. They have a 4-3 lead over Boston from a packed Camden Yards right now. And that's in the bottom of the 8th.
Curious to see what the runners do here. 3-2, 1 out. A little speed on the bases with Rollins at second, Utley at first.
Runners go. Ruiz cranks one to center field. Peterson turns and runs and won't get it. It hops off the wall, and that's enough time for 2 runners to score. Boy, right behind each other were Utley right behind Rollins. I mean, Rollins had the opportunity to watch it because he was closest to the plate. Utley had to judge it, and Chooch chases home 2.
Oh, that ball initially off the bat, I don't think Peterson thought it was hit as well as it was. You know, that situation, the ball kind of got out there on him in a hurry, and J-Roll has to stop to make sure that is gone, and Utley's on top of him.
Utley had a better angle, so he knew that ball was going to get over Peterson's head.
It's like synchronized base running. Of course, the thing that Utley has to be aware of is he can't pass Rollins.
He can't touch him.
He can't touch him or pass him.
But he can kid him in the dugout and tell him he caught up to him.
Oh, yeah.
Big hit by Ruiz.
He's done that a few times.
Yeah, I mean, we just laid out what he was with runners in scoring position, and he drives home 2. Who's your, having watched the Phillies, we were throwing it around, who's your MVP for the Phillies this year?
I think they've had so many contributors off and on. I like Ruiz. I mean, even though he missed some time with injury, I think without his performance this year, they would be in a lot worse off situation simply because they had Howard and Utley go down. They didn't get the pitching that they were expecting to get. At one point during the season, Ruiz was hitting like 370.
Yes.
So I would have to say that he's definitely on the top of that list.
I would say most valuable pitcher might have to be Papelbon, their closer, or Hamels, or if you just polled Marlins, it would be Kyle Kendrick.
I tell you, there's always that one guy in the league. It doesn't matter. You're going to run into him somewhere, and he's always going to have your number. And then you see him the next week, and he's pitching against somebody else, and he gives up 7 earned runs in 2 innings, and he faced you. He's got 12 strikeouts, and it just blows you away.
Breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-1. And that one fouled back. In Atlanta, Martin Prado was the choice not only for the Marlin broadcast booth, but also the Braves broadcast booth. Washington. I may go with Adam LaRoche.
That's been my pick the last couple of weeks. He's been steady all year.
Yeah, and that's surprising because he's been a guy that's had a big differential between his first half and his second half. This year he's been really consistent pretty much the whole way out.
And remember, early in the year, Zimmerman was hurt. Morse was hurt.
Shortstop got hurt.
Worth was hurt. So LaRoche has been consistent.
Matt, you got to go with David Wright?
Yes.
Last night, as Lee creeps over and watches it foul and out of play. Last night we were talking a little bit about the Marlins and who the MVP would be for the Marlins. Now Stanton has the numbers.
And he has been selected as that by the South Florida baseball writers.
36 homers, 85 RBIs with the home run and the 2-run single tonight. Reyes has been in there every day. Reyes has swiped 37 bases. He has 36 doubles. Has been hitting in the 280s for the last couple of months. The 2-2. Good breaking ball by Kohler. And he strikes out Darren Ruff.
Ruff has had a rough night. Got 3 strikeouts and ground out a shortstop. He's been seeing some good breaking stuff, though.
I heard you. I got that.
We
one.
got it.
We got it.
Nothing goes by this booth up here.
Here's Mayberry now. Mayberry came in for Nate Schierholtz in the 6th inning. Cardinals aren't dead yet. 4-3 Nationals, bottom of the 7th. St. Louis trying hard to clinch that wild card spot so they could line up, say, a Kyle Loesch to meet either Chris Medlin or Tim Hudson.
Tell you what, that Medlin kid from Atlanta has been really impressive.
Loesch pitched tonight. One hopper. Velasquez goes the short way in time to get the outs. But the Phillies add 2 more and lead it 7-4. The Phil's on top, the unique Skycam look inside the production truck. Very nice. Pete Montalbano down there getting some help from Little Jose in the world's most dangerous tape room.
So that was actually a sneak peek from the Skycam of the world's most dangerous tape room.
Brian Peterson. 7-4 Phils, bottom 7. In a game in which neither Roy Halladay nor Ricky Nolasco had their best stuff. But right now, Halladay is in line for the win. Neither pitcher went deep in this ball game. Halladay lasted just 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. Peterson takes a breaking ball from Horst for a strike. 3 walks and 7 strikeouts for Halladay. Nolasco 5 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs. Horst into his 2nd inning, and that ground ball smothered there by Ruff. Tell you what, Ruff looks good around the bag. He made that nice catch on the pop-up down the right field line, and he's handled himself quite well.
Well, to quote Preston Wilson, he's not rough around the edges at first base.
You want to go back to what you were talking about, Halladay. That's a great example of a veteran pitcher gutting it out. He had a rough outing before that. I think he said an inning and third. Comes out tonight. Obviously doesn't have his best stuff. He kind of gets jumped on in the first inning. Yet he grinds it out, stays in there, gives his manager 5 innings, and now he's in position for the win. It was very easy to give up in a situation like that and call it a season.
Justin DeFreitas is coming in from the Phillies bullpen. He'll take over for Jeremy Horst. As Charlie Manuel has an out here in the 7th. Solano, Reyes, and Stanton slated. Here comes DeFreitas. High above Marlins Park, Donovan Solano facing DeFreitas. Wonder if the blimp will stick around for the fireworks. They have said yes. Our producer John Sulzer had to do a little bargaining with the blimp, but the blimp's going to stick around for the fireworks. Solano tonight, couple hits. He's 2 for 3. And DeFreitas with a breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-2. Solano's average 299. There's the finale tomorrow. Hamels and Eovaldi.
And Donovan's extended his hitting streak, 9 in a row.
Pops that one down the line. That should be an easy play for Dominic Brown. And he makes it. 2 outs. Here comes Reyes. Toyota trend. 38-38 on the road. The Phils are one of 6 National League teams with a 500 or better record on the road. The problem for Charlie Manuel's bunch is they were a game under 500 at home, which, as well as the Phillies have played at home.
Yeah, that's out of character for them over the last few years.
Reyes pops that one up. DeFreitas gets out of the way. Franzen calls him off. And the Marlins done quickly in the 7th. On to the 8th. A 3-run Philly lead. A fun night at the Clevelander, and that's where we find, ironically, Craig Minervini. Craig?
With Kevin and Jocelyn Atterbury, they won the Marlins reverse road trip, the very unique trip of the fantasy auction this year. Well, first of all, tell us about this. This is a little twist on what we've had in past years.
It is actually getting a road trip to come down to Miami, which is great for us. We're from Panama City, so having the road trip to come down here is great for us.
Yeah, and you got to stay at the Clevelander, which you're doing right now. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we've got 3 nights at the Clevelander, 3 games here. Can't beat that.
Can you sleep at the Clevelander? Is that noise for the music?
If you stay up long enough and you're really tired, you can't sleep.
All right, so what about your vantage point, Jocelyn? From the last night, you were upstairs in the suite. How about the Clevelander watching the game from here?
It's awesome. It's hard to remember there's a game happening. There's a lot to do down here.
And where are you guys tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're in the Diamond Club, I think right over there behind the home plate.
The other nice thing is you made a nice donation for the Marlins Community Foundation.
And it's a great cause. We did it last year. We won the Dominican trip. Do it this year, and who knows, we might do it next year too.
As we get a little raucous out here, we have Dodger fans here, Phillies fans, people trying to get in our shot every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. We've got, well, you can hear him, the Greg Dobbs fan club over here. A lot of Phillies fans.
The Greg Dobbs fan club in Philly gear, right here. Let's see what the chant is. Excuse me. What's the chant?
GS Dobbs.
GS Dobbs.
Greg Dobbs is a Phillies world champion, 2008.
GS for
Greg Scott Dobbs.
Greg Scott Dobbs. They've got the middle name.
That's right, Greg Scott Dobbs.
Now, why do Philly fans, and we've been there many times, they boo Greg Dobbs?
No, we love him. He's a 2008 world champion. GS Dobbs. GS Dobbs. GS.
All right, the 4 fans who love him there, because, right, Rich, Tommy, every time we've seen him, especially the earlier years when he came back as a Marlin, they did boo him in Philadelphia.
Craig, what happened to the auction winners, though?
They're still, I think they've had enough drinks. They're up the Cleveland. These guys have a little more energy.
Always a Philly. He's always a Philly.
He's always a Philly. Okay.
But he should be a Dodger. We need him in left.
Be a Dodger. Okay. I feel like, I'm Maury Povich here. Back to you.
It's a fun night at the Clevelander.
Oh, man. They are having a good time down there.
AJ Ramos is in. Kevin Franzen is up. And Franzen fights that pitch off from Ramos. Ramos is the 4th reliever to work for the Fish.
I'll say a couple of things about Kohler and Ramos, and certainly we'll see them next spring. They'll have a chance to be in the bullpen, but let's say they're not. I think they've shown enough in their outings here that they'll go down if they're in the minor leagues. Now you know you can bring a guy up that's had a little experience.
Breaking ball and a liner into center field. Franzen has a base hit. Pitcher spot is due up. Phil's on top by a score of 7-4. Rich Waltz along with Preston Wilson and Tommy Hutton. The season's got 4 games left in it after tonight with the Mets coming in here. The Marlins have a lot of decisions to make, guys. In the next 2 weeks after the season ends through the postseason will be a very busy time around this ball club.
Yeah, I think first of all, I believe there are some organizational meetings right after the season, the day after. We'll learn a lot from that as to what direction possibly the club's going to go, and we'll find out a little bit more from there.
Yeah, I know they're definitely looking at third base position, trying to figure out what they're going to do there. I know they've mentioned they want to send Bonnie back to second base to center field to keep the wear and tear off him on second base. So you have to wonder what direction they're going to start with. But, I think the areas that they need to fill in or fix are obvious. It's just a matter of where do they want to start. What's their keyhole position, they think.
Michael Martinez is up. And he squares the bunt. And he takes outside. From a rotation point of view, it's odd that you say that. And I think for both of these teams, you can say it. I don't think rotation is a big concern for the Phillies. And I don't know that rotation is a huge concern for Miami going into next year.
Well, I think for the most part, they feel like they have the pitching that they want to have. The pitching that they can use right now. I think they're looking at Jacob Turner coming back. If Nolasco stays here. You know, then they have to decide if they're going to have Evaldi. Even though I think he's pitched well enough to merit a start in the big leagues next year, they got to see if they're going to have Evaldi, and then it kind of goes from there. Whether got Burley, I think Burley goes without saying.
I think JJ proved something this year. They can stay healthy.
Absolutely. So that's 5 right there. So it's just a matter of whether they're going to stick with that 5 or if they're going to do some little creative management, moving some stuff around.
Well, sometimes sometimes maybe to get a position player, you might have to deal one of those pitchers. You never know. So now if you deal one of those pitchers, then you have to fill in some holes.
Marlins also have to figure out, as you take a look at Josh Johnson, got to figure out their bullpen. And talking about Johnson, I think he's proved something this year in the sense that he can stay healthy. What he needs to prove next year is if he can revert back to that ace form. I think he showed signs of it this year. There were stretches, got the runner hung up. Brantlly a throw on the run. Reyes fires to first in a rundown, and Reyes is going to catch him and tag him. Good heads up by Rob Brantlly, and Miami catches Franzen off first.
Reyes did a really good job of cutting down that empty space after he threw the ball to Lee.
Yeah, he cut it in a hurry.
That's the biggest part of a rundown is once you get rid of the ball, you got to close that distance. And once Reyes gets rid of the ball, you see him charging towards the runner, really cutting down on the distance. That way the runner doesn't have as far to go.
Right here's where he cuts it.
He threw it, and the next thing you know, he's on top of it.
The thing I like that Brantlly did, instead of panicking and throwing it to first, he runs toward the runner. If he throws it to first, the runner takes off. Franzen probably gets to second base. So he handled it well, too.
That's a play that can easily be messed up, and they really did a good job of executing and cutting down on the number of throws that goes into a rundown.
Baltimore has defeated Boston. Baltimore and the Yankees are tied for first place with 4 games left in the American League East. How about that? The Rays won today 10-4. They beat the White Sox, who are now 2 back of the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera, a 3-run homer. The Tigers beat the Twins. Oakland got a walk-off homer from Brandon Moss. 7-4. They beat Seattle. The Rangers were rained out tonight. And so Texas is going to play a doubleheader against the Angels tomorrow. That rainout came in Arlington. The A's are 2.5 back in the West. Tommy, you were talking about what if Baltimore and the Yankees end up tied and they have to play a 1-game playoff. Well, Oakland and Texas still very much in play. The A's are just incredible. Every day it's a different hero. Bob Melvin has done such a great job of mixing and matching, platooning guys, righties, lefties, getting the most out of that roster. He has taken guys that were considered in other organizations spare parts and been able to produce a very good ball club.
With the pickup they made from the Cuban defector Cespedes, that's a really good ball player they got over there. Plays a really good outfield, shows tremendous power, and he's proven to be worth all the hoopla there was around him coming into this year.
And all the money that they paid him, and I want to say it's a 6-year.
It's a long-term commitment.
It is. So he's going to be an Oakland Athletic for a while.
It's one of the few times we've seen A.J. Ramos struggle a little bit with his command.
Pierre up there with 2 outs. Ramos gets a strike. Tyler Clippard is in the ball game. Washington has a 4-3 lead over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th. Clippard and Drew Storen have swapped spots. Clippard took over when Storen had the loose bodies taken out of his elbow. And now Storen is back in that closer's role after Clippard had a nice season. Pierre fouls it out of play. And the Braves beat the Mets 2-0. Mike Minor the win. Craig Kimbrell his 41st save. How many strikeouts do you think Kimbrell had in the ninth?
At least 2.
Remember, he struck out 4 Marlins.
Yeah, at least 2.
Yeah, see, 2.
2?
1 inning, 2 strikeouts. His ERA 1.03. I think he belongs in the discussion for the Cy Young.
Yeah, he's had a tremendous year, and you know, watching him pitch is definitely a tough at bat going up there to face that guy. Tremendous velocity, movement, location. He does it all.
Ramos is struggling right now, and Randy St. Clair is on his way out to the mound. Remember, Freddie Gonzalez told us when we were in Atlanta, Medlin or Hudson in that wild card game. Hudson is slated, at least lined up to start on Wednesday. The wild card game.
I think he goes with Medlin. He has to go with Medlin.
If he goes with Medlin, then Hudson theoretically would skip his Wednesday start and be there in reserve if something were to go wrong, if he gets sick or pull a hamstring, and then he would start.
Yeah, because Freddie did tell us that he'd have Hudson on that roster.
Then if he didn't pitch, if nothing happened to Medlin, and Medlin, say, goes 6-7 innings, Braves fortunate enough to win the game, Hudson's lined up to start game 1 of the division series. As we told you, the managers are able to reset their rosters for the wild card game and then again for the division series. As you advance in the postseason, you can shuffle your roster depending on health and need. Utley's 2-run single in the 5th, a big hit. That's when the Phillies took their first lead, and they've kept it since. Ramos misses away, and the young right-hander out of Texas Tech certainly doesn't look like he's got the feel for that breaking ball.
He just seems to be really coming open a little bit too early. You know, just as a hitter, sometimes you pull your front side out. As a pitcher, when you open up too soon, your arm starts to drag. You don't really get the arm out in front. You leave that breaking ball spinning, and the fastball's up and away high.
Sharp ground ball into right field. That's a base hit. Rollins around third. The throw comes to third, and Rollins scores. And so Chase Utley does it again. He makes it 8-4.
For Utley, 3 RBIs tonight.
I don't know if someone was yelling third right there, but I thought Giancarlo, with as shallow as he was when he fielded that ball, I thought he had a shot at home plate. You know, he was fielding the ball pretty much just as Rollins was touching third base.
Ozzie Guillen comes in to take the ball. A.J. Ramos exits. Pitching change for the Fish. 8-4 Phils.
big league lid right there.
Tommy, you wore that in an opening day parade in Philly, right?
I'm not so sure I did. No. I think that's post 1980.
That's
See,
beautiful.
they didn't break that out until they won the World Series in 1980.
What is that, velvet?
Crushed red velvet.
We've seen the cowboy hat. We've seen the Philly neck brace here tonight.
We saw Clifford the Big Red Dog yesterday, the Cliff Lee jersey. Chad Godin into the ball game. And here's Carlos Ruiz again with a runner in scoring position. That's Pierre at second. Utley's at first. And Godin misses down low. Runners go. Brantley's throw. Safe. Pierre has another stolen base, and Utley tags along on a double steal. You know what? Juan Pierre's got a shot at that stolen base crowd.
Here's an interesting thing about Juan Pierre tonight. He doesn't have a hit, but he's certainly been a factor in this game. He has 2 stolen bases. He's dropped down 2 sacrifice bunts. He's walked 1 time, and he reached on an error.
We were talking about Reyes at 37 stolen bases, being 2 shy of the National League lead with the currently inactive Michael Bourne. With 2 stolen bases tonight, Juan Pierre is creeping up there.
Juan Pierre is a great example of guys who pay attention, guys who study the game. They can have an impact on the game even when they're not going 3 for 4. You know, he does so many things on the bases that and at the plate that he can help you in a lot of ways, and he can go 0 for 3 and still have scored 3 or 4 runs that night somehow.
1-2 pitch.
Well, he has over 2,000 career hits. He's closing in on 600 career stolen bases.
Earlier in the ballgame, we talked about the impact that Davey Lopes had on the Phillies' running game. In about 10 or 15 years, you wonder if Juan Pierre will be a coach somewhere and have that same impact.
I think baseball would be greatly served if he ended up being a coach, because he's somebody that you want your young players to look at, and they have an example of how he went about his career, how studious he was about the parts of his game that he could impact. You know, he wasn't a power hitter, but still he found a way to be relevant. He found a way to make an impact year after year after year by doing the things that he worked really hard on.
You can picture him coming out early pretty much every day with a bucket of balls, working on his bunting skills.
Ruiz, a big swing and a miss, and Godin strikes him out. Phillies lead 2, but they add 1, 8-4. That is little G in the tape room. Catch all the action of the 2012 Major League Baseball postseason on Fox and TBS. The excitement begins October 5th with the wild card games on TBS. Or maybe it starts a day earlier if the Orioles and the Yankees were to tie. Michael Martinez is in left field. Or if the A's were to catch the Rangers in the West. Philippe Aumont. He would fit right in with Chad Gaudin and Wade LeBlanc.
Tell you what, you see this big righty up there on the mound. For a right-handed hitter, you really got to force yourself to not try to back into the dugout as that ball's coming to home plate.
Well, he's only 6'7", 260.
And he throws from around the corner, and it's high 90s. Not mid 90s, high 90s coming from that angle.
Gatineau, Quebec. The 23-year-old lives in the Seattle area in Redmond, Washington, headquarters of Microsoft.
I saw him pitch against the Marlins in the road series they had against him. And for the first two batters, he showed only fastballs. And then all of a sudden, he broke out the changeup. And it was like, wait a second, this guy throws 96, 97, and he's got a good changeup. Okay, now we know why he's up here.
He was Seattle's first-round pick, the 11th overall pick in 07. And the Phillies got him in the Cliff Lee trade. That was in 2009. Stan, a home run, a two-run single, and a walk.
That, my friends, was power versus power right there. 3-1 count. Armand reared back and threw it, and Stanton definitely took a healthy cut.
See if he gives him another fastball.
Swing and a miss. It pops loose. Stanton on his way to first. Ruiz. It may have hit Stanton. It wasn't caught by Ruff, and Stanton arrives at second base. Hard to tell if that ball glanced off Stanton or maybe Ruff was screened and didn't see it.
He did go with that fastball. That could be a pass ball.
I'll tell you what, that two-seamer had some nasty movement on it, though. That's 96, and that ball really tailed off hard at the end.
I'm always amazed in
elbow
when you see Stanton run. You realize he could do that too, and he's within the line. So good call, no interference.
So it could be a pass ball and an error on Ruiz. The throwing error allowing Stanton to get to second base. Here's Carlos Lee. By the way, Andrew McCutchen just hit a walk-off home run for the Pirates as they beat the Reds. The Reds are comfortably in the postseason, but are still jockeying for home field advantage. The Nationals and the Reds have the same record going into play tonight. The Nationals have an out in the bottom of the ninth and a 4-3 lead over the Cardinals. So the Nationals, if they win that game, have a one-game lead over the Reds for that home field advantage. Lead takes down low.
So the Pirates coming back after being no-hit last night by Homer Bailey. 7th no-hitter of the year. It's been a year of no-hitters and perfect games.
We talk about Miami trying to get some protection and some bats, and hopefully a healthy Logan Morrison is one of those pieces for Giancarlo Stanton. The Pirates, their challenge is to do the same for Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, I think you definitely need a guy, who has power to hit behind him, so that there isn't such a big drop off as far as the amount of home runs and RBIs that come after Giancarlo Stanton. You definitely want a guy that can hit 20-plus home runs. He may not have the batting average, but you want him to have that type of pop to hit behind Giancarlo Stanton really put some more fear in that way he doesn't get walked so much in this upcoming year.
Speaking of walking, Charlie Manuel walking out to the mound. And Omont, who had a strikeout and a walk, but has runners at first and second, will give way to Antonio Bastardo. 8-4 Phillies. Works after the ball game. Philly fans here tonight, fanatical as they may be, hoping that Antonio Bastardo can quiet down this 8th inning, and that the Phillies can deliver a win and get themselves back to 500.
He only has a couple of left-handers to go after. Greg Dobbs and then Rob Brantley. Let's see how much those Philly fans will love Dobbs if he bangs out a line drive base hit here.
G.S. Dobbs.
G.S. Dobbs.
See, they know him as G.S. Dobbs. I don't think they know him as the most interesting man in baseball, though.
I think that's a recent thing there once he got down here to the Marlins, yes.
Well, I think he was overshadowed immensely on that World Championship team. There were some other really interesting guys, Pat Burrell being one of them, for a lot of reasons.
Yes.
Burrell now doing some scouting for the San Francisco Giants.
Saw Pat Burrell in Atlanta.
Stan and Lee aboard. Dobbs takes a strike, and it's 1-2. The St. Louis Cardinals have tied the game in the bottom of the ninth, 4-4 with the Nationals. Looks like John Jay knocked in the tying run. It's a good day to be a Hurricane with that wild finish against North Carolina State. And John Jay celebrating with an RBI in the bottom of the ninth, 4-4.
I like that kid, John Jay from St. Louis, man. You know, every coach that I talk to about him, they love him. They love his work ethic, and they love the fact that he's a student of the game, and that even at this young of an age, he's in a situation where when he's in center field, he's moving guys around. He knows where everybody is supposed to be. And that's hard to see, hard to find with a guy who's 22, 23 years old.
All of a sudden, that Washington bullpen isn't as locked down as it once was.
No, that was a Drew Storen blown save. Clippard has already lost the job, and Storen trying to recapture the magic that he's had early in his career.
I think those things send a lot of signals at the end of a season when teams are talking about going into the playoffs. You have a few areas that you don't want to start breaking down going into. You don't want your defense to start breaking down. You don't want your closer to start breaking down. You definitely need your 1, 2, 3 guys to be pitching well going into it.
In the dirt, both runners are going to move up. Stand to third, lead a second.
Been a rough inning for Chooch back there. Yeah. After the visit to the mound, you figure they discussed what they wanted to throw to Dobbs, and all of a sudden, Bastardo uncorks a wild pitch.
But that's when you get guys yelling from the dugout, "Bad meeting."
Bad meeting, yeah.
Dobbs 13 of 15. But it's a 3-2 count right now. And a fastball foul back.
That's almost right. Oh, that's in the booth.
First one this year.
Our camera guys get it?
To the left
it's
of us.
Here.
I think Joe had a shot.
They caught it, hit him in the hands. Sorry.
First one in the booth this year.
Well, find the ball, guys. Come on.
There we go.
Cassie's got it. All right. Way to go, Cassie. Cassie Allen, our floor director. Dobbs a high pop.
Get out of here, ball.
Towards the dugout and over the dugout. There she
there
is.
She is.
Cassie Allen with the ball. Her favorite.
Nice going, Cassie.
Is that your favorite Marlin, Greg Dobbs? Yes. Okay.
She said, of course.
Good call. After Matt Trainer left town, Dobbs is next on the list. Dobbs walks, and now the bags are loaded, and here's Brantley. So that was quite a battle between Bastardo and Dobbs. And Miami has brought the tying run to the plate. It's still a lefty on lefty matchup. Brantley and Bastardo. Want to know to Brantley. One ball, one strike. Stanton. Remember, he struck out to begin the inning, but it was a pass ball, and he got all the way to second on the throwing error by Ruiz. Lee at second, Dobbs at first. Brantley holds up, and it's 2-1. Brantley hits a high pop-up. Utley calling for it. And he makes the catch. The Phillies have their first out of the inning. Now Velasquez is coming up. Kearns is on deck. Phillies bullpen is in motion. Marlins Live brought to you by Checkers. And Velasquez takes a strike. Our two hosts already hard at work discussing the show, the intricacies of highlights, interviews,
ins and outs of this game.
One pitch, foul back. One and two. Still 1-2. That Nationals-Cardinals game is still 4-4, and it's into the 10th inning. One note. The Mike Morse grand slam was actually a reviewed home run in the first inning. And Morse was thrown out at first because he thought it went out of the park. He took too big a turn. They appealed. They did the review. And so once it was ruled a home run, they put Morse at home plate, put the runners back on the base. There's a liner in the left field. That's a base hit. Stanton will score. Lee will stop. And the Marlins have a run. It's 8-5. Gil Velasquez with an RBI hit. Here comes Kearns. Not sure if he'll face Bastardo or not. Anyways, coming up on Marlins Live, we're going to show you one of the oddest things you'll ever see in a big league game. Morse was called back to the plate. They put the runners back on the bases. He took a pretend swing at the plate, and everybody circled the bases like it was a grand slam.
Funny part about that, on the initial grand slam that was reviewed, it bounced back onto the field. He took a wide turn. They actually threw him out going back to first base.
And that's what caused the whole confusion.
That's what caused the confusion, yeah.
We've got that highlight. We'll show it to you on the postgame show. So Velasquez delivers. Here's Kearns, and he takes a strike. Kearns still battling a stiff back, well enough to pinch hit. And he's really been a terrific pinch hitter this year for the Marlins.
You know, Kearns is one of those guys you look at this season and you go, man, I wish he didn't get that injury at the time that he did. Because he was really swinging the bat as well as I'd seen him swing the bat in a couple of years when he had started playing here every day when Lomo got injured. He was hitting the ball to all fields. He was getting a lot of extra base hits, key hits, and then he got hit with the injury. And it was really tough to see him go down at that time when he was really producing so much.
13 pinch hits, leads the Marlins. It gets lost in a season where the Marlins have lost 90 games. And Kearns fouls it back. His on-base percentage, .363 this year. 6 doubles, 4 homers, 16 RBIs. This is at bat number 146. Bags loaded, 1 out. Phillies lead is at 3. Bastardo, 4th out of the bullpen for Philadelphia. Swing and a miss. Ball gets by Ruiz. Here comes Lee, and he slides and doesn't quite get there. And the inning ends on a double play. Carlos Lee started his slide, and then he stuck and almost turned into slow motion. The pass ball, and then this. Carlos Lee trying to get the foot in.
When you look at Bastardo, he was really towards the first base side of home plate. You know, if Lee can slide a little bit further towards the third base side, or if he can actually continue sliding once he hits the ground, he has a chance to get by him, but he kind of stuck in the dirt right there.
So it turns into a double play.
Boy, there was some crazy things in that inning. The pass ball, the error by Ruiz allowed Stanton to get on base. Out of all of that, the Marlins got just one run.
You know, it's amazing. I was talking to Gary Matthews Sr. a little bit earlier today. One of the great men I've ever met in baseball. I love Sarge. Sarge, great man. And we were saying how as many times as you sit down and you watch a baseball game, and no matter how many years you've been doing it, there's a chance that you're going to see something you've never seen before. You know, and with the home run recall, because now we have instant replay, you had them do a phantom swing for Michael Morris, and then all of a sudden he's trotting around the bases. I mean, that's something you've never seen before. With baseball, there's always a chance to see something new.
I'm not so sure I've ever seen a double play like the one we just saw.
Huh? I mean, that in itself, there's always something new that can happen. This game is a very, very different game from most other sports. You know, you never run into that situation where you've seen it all.
That's a strike to Dominic Brown. So the ninth inning has arrived. The Phillies' lead is at 3.
Chris Hatcher becomes the 6th man out of the bullpen.
Oh, we've lost half our scoreboard here, boys.
Yeah, all we've got is Daman. We lost the Ick and the Brown. Brown an RBI triple. Phillies have had contributions from all over their lineup. Utley's driven in 3. Ruiz a couple. Pete Orr had a 2-run double. Got jammed. Good pitch from Hatcher. Solano throws him out.
You know, if there's anything that I've seen in Dominic Brown that would maybe be considered a negative, is he kind of drifts a little bit to the ball at times, and he can get a little bit long. You know, but with a guy as young as he is, I think he's got plenty of time to work that out. But he does show the power kind of to offset that. And Mr. Ruff is trying to improve his night at the plate right here with 1 down.
Yeah, he's 0 for 4. Ruff has struck out 3 times. Hatcher's fastball fouled out of play.
Well, the Marlins pitchers have not missed an opportunity to throw him a breaking ball tonight. Anytime there was a count where they felt like they had him set up for a breaking ball, they threw it up there. And you see that a lot when you have big guys that are young, because that's the first thing they think is, well, they can't hit the breaking ball. So you have to prove you're going to hit the breaking ball when you come to the big leagues, if you're a big, strong guy like him.
But just looking, Preston, the thing about Dominic Brown, he's 25. He just turned 25 earlier this month. But he's in his 7th season with the Phillies organization. So they're going to have to make a decision on him one way or the other.
And I think when you get a situation like that, that's why he's going to play every game here through the rest of the year. You know, he was probably got signed out of high school, and he's been in their organization for a while. He's had some good seasons, and it's now that so-called make it or break it time where either next year he's going to be on that major league roster, or they're going to decide to maybe try to move him.
Ruff sitting on a 3-1 count, and he drives the ball to left center field. That ball's crushed and deep. Peterson can't get it, bounces off the wall, and Ruff has himself a double.
He took a nice long look at that fence right there. He's like, man, that's a long way.
You can see that he has some power. Bangs that off the scoreboard, the auxiliary scoreboard, just under the home run sculpture.
It's kind of a mesh fence, almost a softer cyclone type fence. Watch the give with Peterson almost disappearing into Cleveland.
I think I'd rather disappear into the Clevelander.
Yeah, seriously, guys, why didn't I get to do a hit from the Clevelander tonight? I mean, behind home plate, I'll get up between the Budweiser terrace. I think we got to talk to the truck now. The next time I do this.
Craig always gets that.
Yeah, see, Craig is down. He's down there in the Clevelander.
You're going to have to dress down to get into the Clevelander. Yeah. You show up with the pocket square and the monogrammed shirt and all that. Now Mayberry's up there. So a lot of the games, wow, Washington just took a 6-4 lead in St. Louis. Back and forth they go. Arizona beating the Cubs 8-0. Arizona has a chance to finish over 500. They're a game over right now at 79 and 78. Little Tapper foul. Again, the Yankees lost 3-2 to Toronto. Baltimore has won 4-3 over Boston. So Baltimore and New York are tied atop the East. A game back of both of those teams are the Oakland Athletics. The A's got a 2-run homer from Josh Donaldson to tie the game in the 9th, and then a walk-off shot from Moss to win it in the 10th. How about that?
I mean, that's just a credit to what they're doing over there in Oakland. You know, they got them playing well, they got them playing together, and it's a bunch of young guys who are believing in themselves now. And they got a 90-win season. You know, that's nothing to sneeze at. 90 wins from a team that a lot of people would have picked to be in the middle or probably towards the bottom of the pack in that division.
Looks like, Rich, the big hit for the Nationals was a 2-run double by Kurt Suzuki in the 10th inning, driving a couple.
It's funny how Kurt Suzuki was supposed to be the long-term catcher for the Oakland Athletics, and they traded him to the Nationals. He was not having a very good year in Oakland this year.
You know, I know the baseball purists aren't really probably sold on it in some ways, but I do like the fact that next year, every series, somewhere in baseball, there's going to be an interleague matchup. You know, I think it's going to lead to more familiarity with the players throughout the league. It's going to lead to guys being exposed to other teams' players a lot more, not just the fans, but the players. So I think it's going to add a different level of excitement to the game.
I think there's actually going to be, what, 20 interleague games for each team next year? Ground ball third. Velasquez, long throw, and he got him.
He did a really good job staying down on that ball. That's a ball you can very easily come up on. He stayed down on that ball throughout that whole play. It's a great play.
He has made some tremendous plays at third base. Defensively, hadn't been a problem at all with Gil Velasquez.
That last hop didn't come up as high as the hop right before that. If you look at it right here, the big hop, and then that ball stays down. He did a good job staying down with that ball.
And then popped up and got a good throw over to Carlos Lee.
Very solid play.
Got a big hit, RBI base hit last time up too.
No, those are all things, man, that add up for next year. Managers see that solid play, big hit with men in scoring position. All those things starts to add up, and you take the managers and the GMs and the owners, they take that with them over an off season, and those things start to add up, and that adds up to how valuable are you? How can we fit you in? Do we need to keep you around? And we got a few guys here that are making some very good cases for themselves.
Franzen, who came in for Pete Orr, he fouls it at the plate. Orr had a big hit, a 2-run double back in the second. 8-5 Phillies. The pace of this game has slowed considerably. It never really got going. You would think it would with Nolasco and Halladay, but everyone's so spoiled last night with Burley and Lee ripping through a 2-hour and 22-minute walk-off Marlins win. Franzen knocks one into center field, and that's going to bounce in there. Peterson knocks it down. Kevin Franzen with his second hit. This one drives in a run. Darren Ruff comes across, and the Phillies lead is back up to 4.
I know a lot of outfielders love that sliding catch, but sometimes you're a lot better going off head first, because when you slide, your feet are going first, so you're actually pulling your head and your glove back. You're actually cutting down on the distance to the ball. When you go more head first, you're extended and going to the ball, so you're actually gaining distance. I think if you're protecting yourself against the fence, or maybe even another player coming towards you, maybe you're better suited going feet first.
Then you slide.
Yeah, then you slide. But I think guys just automatically go to that feet first slide, and they don't realize that it's really pulling you away from the ball, as opposed to going with the normal head first dive, that you're actually gaining distance.
Michael Martinez, his second at bat, he struck out his first time up, and Hatcher misses down low. The Nationals will go to the bottom of the 10th and try to save it again. Cardinals got a run in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. 6-4 Washington. Drew Storen is out. Craig Stammen is in to try to finish it. Kyle Loesch, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. The 4 runs he gave up on that Michael Morse grand slam. Jordan Zimmerman, 6 1/3. 3 runs on 7 hits. Certainly Zimmerman would be, what, starter number 2 behind Gio Gonzalez, you would think?
You would think, yeah.
Hatcher gets a strike and the count's 3-2. 15 hits for the Phillies, 7 for Miami. This is a game in which a 3-2 foul back. A game in which we have discussed with great detail every pennant race, every wild card scenario,
MVP races.
Well, we've had time to get it all in. You know, I mean, there have been a few halts in the action here. We've had a few pitching changes. We've had some time to discuss a myriad of topics tonight.
We've also promoted, you'll get to see that really strange Michael Morse grand slam on Marlins Live after the game. Peterson is there and he makes the catch. Marlins down 4 and down to their last 3 outs. The nation's largest 4G network, AT&T Rethink Possible, by Checkers, Feast On, and by Infinity, luxury cars that deliver inspired performance. The Goodyear Blimp, bringing you all the great shots. Our thanks and tip of the cap to the Blimp. They will hang around for the post-game fireworks show and give you a unique look at the fireworks from Marlins Park. Here tonight, a messy game and a Phillies lead, a 9-5 lead. And a guy that is used to cleaning things up arrives, Jonathan Papelbon.
And we talked about Papelbon earlier, 37 saves, good 2.26 ERA. Yeah, on a normal year, you would look at Papelbon's numbers, 87 strikeouts, 17 walks, opposing batters hitting a little over 200. But then you start looking at numbers of Craig Kimbrell, Aroldis Chapman, and guys like that. But Papelbon's had a solid year.
And that's a position that the Phils really don't have to worry about for the next few years. They've got Papelbon signed to a long-term contract, long-term for closers.
So they have some coin invested in Halladay, Lee, Hamels, and Papelbon. Three pitchers.
Papelbon, 4 years, $50 million, and this obviously year 1. Top of the order, Peterson, and a strike from Papelbon. Solano, Reyes, and if anyone gets on, Giancarlo Stanton, Carlos Lee.
You know, I think the save may be one of the more overrated stats, but I do think there's tremendous value in having a guy that you're confident in to pitch the end of the game. I don't necessarily agree with the 1 inning save, you know.
Well, Exhibit A would be the Miami Marlins of 2012, especially the first 3 months.
Yes. You know, I think since the rules for the save has changed in the last, 20, 30 years, I think, now that it's a 1 inning deal. I think there is a little bit less work to be done to get a save. But, I mean, it's been proven that since they've done it, there's just as much value in a lot of guys as far as getting those last 3 outs in the 9th inning.
Two and one to Peterson. Bryant opened the ball game with a base hit. He's 1 for 4 on the night. Peterson fouls it back. Papelbon, the Mississippi State Bulldog, and a Jacksonville native. Seven years in Boston, 6 years as a closer.
What I like about Papelbon is he pitches to the scoreboard. You know, if he's up by four runs like he is now, when he comes in, he's going to see you're going to feature mostly fastballs. He's not going to go up there messing around with batters, throwing a bunch of breaking stuff. He's going to go with mostly fastballs. You know, if the game's a little bit tighter, then he'll mix in some breaking stuff.
I just got to thinking, Rich, since we've discussed just about everything here tonight. Papelbon is 31. The other night, we saw Paul Maholm, who's 30. And was at Mississippi State. So they may have crossed paths there.
Yes. Although Papelbon has made a few more all-star teams than Maholm. 5 times Papelbon has been an all-star. And he was an all-star this year with the Phillies.
And certainly a key member to the Red Sox World Championship.
Yes. The Nationals won that ball game 6-4. And again, we'll have the highlights of the Phantom Grand Slam, which is it's really hard to describe having watched it already. We'll have it on Marlins Live.
It's like kids do in the backyard. Yeah, you fake the swing, no bat. Grand Slam.
That was the amazing thing, is they literally brought Morse to the plate, put the runners back on the base, and had Morse take a phantom swing and then restart the runners.
I'm thinking the only reason that they did that is to make it official the way all the runs scored, because we talked about how Morse took the turnaround first, the ball bounced back on the field, they actually threw him out at first base. So this way they made it official with every run coming in to score. We'll check with this guy later.
Sure, he knows. You gotta have confidence to where that led.
2-0 pitch to Solano. There's a strike. Papelbon trying to shut it. Not a safe situation. Two balls, two strikes. Reyes on deck.
Tomorrow, Rich, we may have to revisit that National League Rookie of the Year.
All right.
I'm not so sure it's a lockdown either way. I think there are a few candidates.
Tonight would have been the night to do that.
Yeah,
though.
it would have been, but not now.
4-hour game.
Sorry I didn't think of it earlier. I just thought of it.
With the Marlins down 9-5.
Yes, we're creeping up on that 11 o'clock hour.
Solano's hit streak at 9 games. He had a couple hits early in the game. He's flied to right twice.
He's just a steady guy with a consistent approach that he takes with him no matter what. You know, I like him because he stays within himself and he always finds a way to do what's need to be done, whatever the situation is.
we're just a few minutes shy of 4 hours in a 9-inning game.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll get there.
The other thing about Solano, he's almost the type of hitter that you feel better when he's in a situation with men on base, when there's something he can do, man on third, guy at second that he's trying to move over, or nobody on, and he just gets his third hit of the night.
Well, I see that surprises me right there. A 3-2 breaking ball from Papelbon.
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense. That's not him. And I guarantee you right now, he's upset that he gave up a base hit on a breaking ball when he's up by 4 runs.
And it's great hitting by Solano, who every hitter would be looking fastball right there.
Yeah,
and he got the breaking ball.
And I think as Papelbon, you go from trying to get the guy out, and now you're trying to strike him out. He wasn't just trying to get him out. He was trying to strike him out. And, I mean, that cost you a hit. Who knows what could happen? That run could end up scoring because you got a 4-run lead, and you chose to throw a 3-2 breaking ball.
You know, the amazing thing, the Marlins have 8 hits now. They had 4 hits in the first inning.
I remember in the first inning, Halladay looked awful. And then he got it together. He did give up a Stanton homer in the third. Solano's going to take second. No stolen base. But as you pointed out, Preston, Halladay hung in there, gave him the 5 innings, the 6 hits, gave up the 4 runs, and he's in line to pick up win number 11 and win number 199 in his career, in his last start of the season.
And for Halladay, too, he'll go to 7-4 in his career against the Marlins. 3-1 this year. But it's a quick turnaround. Rich, we'll be right back here tomorrow afternoon for Nathan Eovaldi and Cole Hamels.
Reyes lines that one foul and out of play. Phillies announcing today that Ryan Howard will not play again this season after dropping the lead pipe on his toe on Thursday. He did pinch hit last night, and there was a thought that he might be able to pinch hit the rest of the year, but it sounds like they're just going to shut him down.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you just kind of get to the point you're like, you know what, I'm not getting out of bed for like 3 weeks. Fought through an Achilles injury. Came back, battled back through that, you know, got such a tough injury to come back from, and then you drop that donut on your toe, and that ends your season. You know, it's kind of one of those things where what else can happen at this point? And Charlie Manuel said nothing because you're not going to play anymore.
2-2. Reyes sprays a ground ball and is going to beat it out for a hit. Franzen made a sliding, sprawling stop. Reyes' first hit of the night to go with a pair of walks. Marlins won't go quietly. Here comes Giancarlo Stanton to face Papelbon.
Now, this is the matchup you were hoping to see.
Warren Henry drive of the game. This was Giancarlo's 36th of the season. It went 411 feet. So Papelbon opened with a strikeout, but Solano and Reyes have hits. Up and in with a fastball. Cole Hamels tomorrow. Nathan Eovaldi tomorrow. 12:30 for Marlins Live. 1:10 first pitch.
Nathan Eovaldi coming off a couple of nice starts, both against the Braves.
Ball on to strike. Papelbon elevated and escalated. 96 miles an hour on the fastball. Solano and Reyes with an out in the bottom of the ninth.
But he's giving Giancarlo a pretty steady dose of fastballs here.
Yeah, it looked like he threw him that one splitter.
He's 2-2 now.
Three-two again. What do you think, Tom? You think he goes fastball? You think he goes with the soft stuff again?
I don't think he goes fastball.
All right. See, now the last time, I think for Papelbon, sometimes it gets to be an ego thing with him against the big power hitters.
Stanton waiting on a 3-2 pitch. High chopper. Rollins has to wait, and he's got no one to get. And the bags are loaded. And here comes Carlos Lee.
Giancarlo with his third hit tonight. He did get the fastball. Pretty good one by Papelbon, but no play at all for Rollins.
And especially right there, then that last hop kind of kicked a little bit towards third base. See that little spin there? I think that took him out of play. If that ball stays lined up with him, he makes the throw to first base. But when he has to reach across his body, I think he did a really smart thing by shutting it down, not throwing that ball, making the situation even worse.
Papelbon has thrown 24 pitches. And Lee goes after a fastball and fouls it back. Grand slams all time. Carlos Lee tied for 7th on the list with Ted Williams and Jimmy Fox. Lou Gehrig and Alex Rodriguez at the top of the list. Manny Ramirez, Eddie Murray, Willie McCovey, Robin Ventura.
That's just impressive who El Caballo's tied with.
That whole list is impressive.
Yeah.
Papelbon's out in front 0-1. Lee has not had the best of nights at the plate. Struck out twice against Halladay. Popped out and then walked and scored in the 8th. Oh, 2. Ball and 2 strikes. Warren Henry Foxtrot was out. Bags loaded. Papelbon with a 4-run lead. And Lee pops it up. Utley calling for it, and he makes the catch. So Miami still still has the bags loaded, but they're down to their last out, and it's Greg Dobbs who comes up to face Papelbon. Dobbs has faced Papelbon only 4 times in his career, and he's 1 for 4. .96 with that fastball. This doesn't have the feel of the normal Papelbon appearance. His 30th pitch coming up. Giving up 3 hits, but no one scored. Another left-handed bat, and Brantlly is on deck.
These are those outings that a manager always hates. He gets his closer out there to get some work in a non-save situation, and all of a sudden he's got a 30-pitch inning.
Yeah, but I think a guy like Charlie Manuel, who's been around the game long enough, when he sees his closer throw a 3-2 breaking ball to a guy out there, he's going to let him work himself out of it. He's not going to go out there and rescue him. He's like, look, you know, you've been around the game long enough. You're a veteran enough to know that when you have a 4-run lead, you don't mess around like that. You go after hitters, and you kind of pitch yourself into a situation by throwing 3-2 breaking balls.
Dobbs hangs in there. The count 1-2. And that's it. Papelbon finishes what will be a 4-hour and 1 or 2 minute ball game. A 9-inning game that lasts over 4 hours here tonight. Roy Halladay is going to end up winning it. 11-8 is Halladay. Ricky Nolasco gets the loss, both their final start of 2012, and the Phillies even this series at a game apiece. 9 runs, 15 hits for the Phils. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Marlins. Marlins Live, presented by Checkers, is coming up.